Oh, yeah.
Now be gentle. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Not too bad.
Okay. So maybe I could do screen share as well. So it's this document. So everything what we got from the My reports from the previous sessions we took on the Google Doc. So I think now the step is mostly just in the finishing for the formulation and everything. Explain it a bit better, because some formulations are, I think they still need some hands on it. Tommy Goldhammer. This sounds like a German name.
Yes, it is. Long time ago, but I live in Sweden.
Ah, it's a German.
Are you in Germany?
I am German, but living in south of France.
All right, okay.
I think Germany is a great country to grow up, but the world is great and big, and there are some better places sometimes. Hey, George. Or hyperactive toolmaker number 1.
More things done now. Prioritize. I just gave it a bash and leave.
So a
How we
short,
doing?
really
How's
fun.
everyone doing?
You as well?
I'm well. Yeah, I'm well. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Great. So short wrap up. So what we got from the last 2 weeks, a lot of content from the My report. Already you can find everything by this link here. It's a little bit like a overview, overall document where you can find everything related to this process. The content from the My reports and from the sessions through the last 2 weeks brought us to the point that there are 2 main problems. One is a missing bridges regarding onboarding and introducing process and infrastructure. Maybe we should mention in Catalyst or around Catalyst. The second one is our missing rewarding system. Problem number 2, problem number 2, trust, participation and rewards. Well, like I said, the formulation needs to be done. The idea behind is that right now in the ecosystem, we have the funds. So you can subscribe, you can do a proposal and maybe you get voted and funded, but it doesn't guarantee any incentives or let's say sustainable models regardless of these funds. So what happens if you are a funder, if you are a proposer, for example, you build amazing tools and you will not get funded through, for example, 2 funds. And that's maybe not because your proposal is bad, maybe there are some other factors. So to keep those people in the ecosystem and to allow them any motivations, any incentives to stay and to go on doing their things, there's nothing yet, I think. So the community said that this is a big problem. And those 2 problems needs to be defined now. So it's just gonna, because Sophie, he joined the room. Here's again the link for the doc. And like usually, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I joined.
Ooh, Sophie.
You want to start with my my opinion?
No, if we start with your opinion, we can stop the session directly. No,
that didn't sound very promising. I tell you that.
Make Sophie go first. Make Sophie go first, then stop him from speaking.
Okay. So yeah. As a tool maker, I think these are big problems in the general space. But as a tool maker, I struggle a bit to see the connection with specifically tool making. Right? These are very broad, as in this is a problem for anyone, whatever you're doing, whether you want to become a CA or whatever, right? So, but there are also like some more direct tool making, sort of like, yeah, things that are more, I think, problems that are more directly related to, this is more like if you're making tools, how do you get rewarded, or how do you even know if you want to be a tool maker? And of course, onboarding is getting new tool makers on board is also important. But if I, for example, think about like one big thing is access to data, right? Or managing data in a community. That's a big thing for tool makers specifically to like, I want to make these tools, but I can't because I don't have access to these data things. And I'm I worry a bit that if the tool maker representative is not bringing these things to the table, making this a big priority, or like voicing these concerns, that like the SPO representative is not going to do that, right? And the CA representative might not do that. But I also acknowledge that that is maybe something more. I say that more as like maybe it's something to consider in the next round, right? Because I mean, there's a lot of effort that went into refining these problem statements, and they're valuable problem statements, right? And so tomorrow you're going to the circle, and this is valuable feedback from the community. But maybe take or maybe add that to it. It's like these were so pressing matters, we couldn't even get to the more specific tool making questions because this is so pressing. Like that's maybe also the truth, right? Because there were tool makers in all those discussions. I saw them present for sure. Definitely not suggesting like let's do a redo back to the post-it boards. Yeah, I was reading through it over the last week, sort of following the progress, and I felt a bit like, yeah, I understand that these are raised, but I do feel that there's some focus on tool making missing.
I could definitely resonate with that. I think there's the two things I've noticed which are similar to what you said. Is one is the access to data, which I mean, literally 2 days ago, yesterday I was talking to Marek about this. So it's a continuation of trying to improve that access. And the second thing is it's like the circle is the process for improving Catalyst at the moment, but I think we can really refine that really quickly and have this process for improving Catalyst for the tool makers. So we have like, here's a problem with some sort of tool. Here's a process for submitting it, then democratic voting on that. And you can have like a weekly thing where we say, this is the most important one, this is the next most important one. We put it in, democratic vote, boom, delegate, next. Because a lot of things I think could be done much more swiftly with some good process. And also the other thing is access to data. So I'd agree with you on there's some key things with tool makers that need to be done. I think the rewards thing is a big problem in many regards as well, and some of the onboarding stuff. But yeah, I would agree. They're much more general. They can apply to lots of people. But this is why I think it's like it would be good to, with these problem statements, to have almost like, here's like the suggested problem we have, but then also to kind of list some potential solutions so people can have an idea of what realistically can we do with these things. What is actually the realistic kind of options we might have to do it? Because then you kind of have this kind of picture of like, is this actually a problem we're going to solve now? We just say this is the biggest problem without even thinking about any potential solutions. And we know as soon as we get to the solution, someone may have already thought about it and been like, well, this isn't practical right now. So I think there's like there's some worthiness in having slightly extra detail on the key problems we're defining. So we know, yes, we can actually solve this problem now, and it's going to be as there's at least 3 options, or at least 2 options, or there's at least a good option where we know this problem can be attacked in the next month, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever the time frame is. So you have that progression.
Yeah, I agree. I think with those both parts, one thing that comes to my mind is that so as a sort of counter argument in favor of the onboarding, maybe we are looking out for toolmakers and maintainers, and certainly the ones who are active and who are contributing into this process are most knowledgeable about the problems that they're receiving, but also as a catalyst circle should be looking to bring more toolmakers in, because that's one of the most common things I hear, is that there aren't enough developers, there aren't enough toolmakers in the community. There's lots of people with lots of ideas, so improving the onboarding, increasing the volume and experience of toolmakers is probably a worthwhile thing to do. But equally, I do recognize the frustration in not having access to the data. I can see that being a big turnoff to anybody that is coming in, fresh or veteran. They're going to have an issue if they can't actually access the raw materials that they need to produce their tools. So yeah.
Sophie, raise your hand.
I think onboarding of devs will always be hard, but then I think you really fix that by, like, developers get turned off when they turn away from some technology if the documentation is like, they try to get it running and it just takes too long to get an environment up and running. It's like, and maybe as a hobbyist and you're an enthusiast, you're gonna go in. If it's like semi-professional already, that is too much. If it's full professional, you see like the state it's in, it's like, we're not touching this, right? It's too much risk to even start a project here. We'll wait and see how it matures. So I think you solve the onboarding of the devs by delivering quality tools, right? But it's like kind of a catch-22. And some specific feedback I did want to give on the problem statements. I do feel that, like, I feel there's already too much ideas about what the solution is from the people who devised the problem statement, because it's already talking about roles and all of that and how those, but it's like, is the problem that there are no roles, or is the problem that people are not getting rewarded for work they're doing? You can solve that with roles, but there's maybe other, right? It already kind of has a narrative or a language using sort of, it kind of assumes there's going to be a system with roles and they're going to get paid a certain amount for certain tasks, right? It's kind of already in there. But that's less I think the problem, right? The problem is maybe that it's difficult to get adequately funded with the current tools that are there, right? There's a current situation, you can do a proposal in Catalyst, hope to get funded, but that's not an adequate way to get funded, to get rewarded for tools. There's some discrepancy between people that are making really good tools and who is getting funded and how long does that take. And
I totally agree. It's just I would really like to focus a little bit, because I need to get with these 2 problem statements tomorrow in the circle. And the promise was that this is done together with the community. And I know there are thousands of things where it needs years and years of discussion. But now it's really mostly to see, okay, how do we formulate what we have already? Because I really want to respect the process and not come up again with new topics right now, because therefore we had the last 2 weeks. And now it's really the moment where I say, okay, we have these 2 problems. This was decided by the process and the people participating in the process. And say, okay, how do we wrap it up? How do we formulate it on a nice way? And maybe just also to say that the thing is that the problems, they are not in a vacuum. They relate to each other. For example, also to say that for right now, the only motivation or incentives for example, developers coming in is, okay, write your proposal, get funds, and go into the execution. But what is with people who maybe don't want to make a proposal? Is there an alternative to motivate those people joining the ecosystem and building a sustainable, let's say, for example, a sustainable whatnot, startup, enterprise, individual existence on it? No, there isn't. So maybe already by saying, okay, we have onboarding introduction, we have this rewarding system, maybe a rewarding system can influence the onboarding process as well. I think it would. But now the topic would be really, what do you think? Just by checking maybe, because I think the formulation, it's extremely important. Also, for example, when you say, when there is already the race of, oh, okay, hey, there's a missing access to informations, to relevant data. Say maybe also, is this a part of an infrastructure maybe where we are speaking about? Because infrastructure is a very, let's say, vague, a very open word as well. So, and this would be up to us right now to include this maybe in this formulation and say, okay, what are we speaking about actually? So
how do we get your agenda met? So in the wording here.
Exactly. Because this sentence.
Well,
here,
that's why I focused on the second one, and I did focus more on the language. I wasn't trying to change the whole the trust, participation, and reward systems. I mean, we can also do the first one, but in the second one, like in the wording, well, maybe it is more difficult or more changing, but it's now really focused on just in general, like any effort, right? But that also makes it a more difficult problem to solve, right? The bigger you make it.
Yep.
So yeah, okay, if the problems is like people are also contributing by talking in chat rooms, and that's really difficult to or it's more than just like tool makers are struggling to fund their development, or people are like and maintainers are struggling to pay their hosting fees and things like that, you know, like you have people who made a really good tool and they're hosting it, paying it from their own pocket, right? That kind of stuff. There's no place to send your hosting bill for publicly made available service to the community. And so maybe if we're talking about reward system, like maybe focus it a bit more in the language on like specifically rewarding tool makers and maintainers.
But even this is quite difficult to say, because tool makers and maintainers, you know, you have to group funding proposals. Funding proposals are tool makers, just in the next step where they are funded. So funded tool makers, at least. A lot of the CAs are tool makers as well. When you look, for example, on Victor and Lucio, who are extremely engaged and have a huge reputation in the CAs, they are tool makers as well. So
yeah, some people have multiple roles, but not everybody. That I don't understand what you're. Not everybody who is a funded proposer is a tool maker automatically. That doesn't.
Exactly.
Or maybe we have a different definition of tool maker, but somebody who gets funded to do a YouTube channel is not a tool maker, right? They're a content creator.
Exactly. I think this is one thing already. There isn't any, let's say, official definition of tool maker and maintainer yet. So It's really difficult. It's really cool because, for example, funded proposals, there's a definition. CAs, there's a definition. Toolmakers and maintainers, yeah, well, okay, yeah, take it. But
Well, CA is also a bit of a vague definition.
yeah, but you have an official role. You sign up for this. You have this role on Ideascale and everything. So,
but all right, I hear your feedback. I think maybe in this stage I'm just not contributing and just being an anti-task leader. Yeah, no, that can be, yeah, like so maybe I should just yeah.
no, yeah, you're totally right. Huh? So, okay, but to come to the point. So the key problem here, well, okay, problem number 2, when we are here already. Trust, participation, and reward systems. Does this resonate with everyone in this room? Is there any suggestion for a better formulation?
I only sort of feel like it's sort of a trigger word a little bit, but authority. So a reputation system kind of ties in with some kind of authority. So, and that implies they've got some right to be directing or guiding or yeah, taking a role in the community that is involving a bit more weight. So it's not just about rewarding, it's also about finding those trusted parties who do have a greater say in certain topics, in certain areas. So yeah, participation seems a little weaker than authority, but yes, so I suppose it's like a I'm sorry, I jumped to solutions far too easily. So I'm not too you see a problem. Yes, participation. I don't see see that how that fits quite in this context. Participation and reward system. So is there a reward for participating?
I think that's what people were getting on about, was getting involved with community, like collaboration, this and that. I don't know if it fully meant the extent of swarm sessions and that kind of thing, but it was more of a range of participation. I think people were talking about in previous ones that I think I picked up on, but
engagement or something, perhaps. Yeah, having. Finally.
Actually, it's relevant. The fact that I use that avatar is relevant to problem 2, because it's about trying to, how do you construct a sort of pseudo-anonymous identity, where you're not trying to hide who you are, but at the same time, you're trying to say, hey, this is who I am in this environment, and this is who I can be recognized by. So it's the notion of persistent identity across time frame. And so it's tied to this idea that we shouldn't have to have a real world identity in order to participate, and most people don't. But how do you go about constructing it? Because that particular avatar is from MetaHumans. So that's a thing from the what is it? Epic's game engine, and you can go in there and model all these different humans, and they're close to photorealistic, and you can animate them and all sorts of things. So in a virtual world, what does it mean to actually be human? And who can you trust? How do you build reputation? Those sort of things.
Yeah, and where the line is between being pseudonymous and then actually having engaged conversations with somebody.
That's right. That's right. So you'll find some people, for example, just always keep their avatar and will never show themselves in terms of their face or use their real name, and just do not use their real name right throughout. So I'm just playing around with it.
It worked. You gained reputation as an avatar, so
there you go.
I think this was the big master move from Satoshi.
You couldn't claim any credit for it. That's a problem. Yeah.
Well, like you bring up, Felix, Satoshi. That's very common. It was very common in the cypherpunk place to use pseudonymous identities. Some of them sort of bridge over, like Zuko, for example, is just, and Moxie are known by their avatars. They're known for a long, long time. So Moxie Marlinspike obviously isn't Moxie Marlinspike, but he's behind Signal, and Nico is behind that, and Zuko is behind Zcash. And they've been well known within the cypherpunk and financial cryptography world for a long, long time, just by their handles. And as a result, you get they're so well known. You've got kind of things like Zuku's triangle is relevant to this problem to discussion, which is the idea that you can have human readable names, machine readable names, and the global, and you can't have all three until we had a blockchain, and then you can. But that's the sort of trade-off that's going on. Anyway, back on to, since we're back into the room, I don't need to take over. So I was just trying to read before Zoom crashed on me. No, it didn't crash, but before we got kicked out.
Somebody pushed the wrong button.
Yeah.
Do you want to state an explicit first thing you want to solve, Felix, and then we can just go for each of us quickly? Just to start steamrolling. You have to go.
One night thing. It doesn't matter what I want. It matters what you want. I have the shitty job to represent what you want. So it's up to you to make the job at least, and I just try to present it tomorrow.
But is it the definition of the things to do, is that already you're given at the top, the problem statement rubric, everything that's going on there is all that you kind of have. There's no other expectation about what you should present. There's only explicit ideas about what's needed.
I think the only thing what is really expected is that every presents two problem statements, and these two problem statements have just to satisfy this checklist. List the problems within your group. Problem statement rubric. What problem do you see? Why is solving this problem important for the mission of Project Catalyst? Can you articulate the gap between the current state and the expected or envisioned state? And the last one is an optional one. How might the value of solving this problem be quantified and or measured? So the problems already which we have right now. Okay, onboarding and introduction. What problem do you see? Missing onboarding and introduction process and infrastructure. So check. So we just follow the steps. And the second problem, trust participation and reward system. And now it's just, at least there are already a bunch of people who worked on these documents. And I think now it's really about the formulation and really make sure that your interests and your problems are represented. So we can't come up with new problems. Therefore, we had the last 2 weeks, but we still have the possibility now to define and formulate the content on a way as you think it should be.
Felix, can you just give me a bit of context here? These were done in the Swarm sessions over the last couple of weeks.
This was exactly when you look, for example, on the very top.
Yeah.
There's a link to a document. And in this document,
toolmakers and maintainers.
Exactly, there you have all the steps. So,
Right.
For example, we
Okay,
had
gotcha.
the first one. It was in the town hall. The second one was in the Swarm session. The third one was in the, the first one was
Cool.
in the town hall, second Swarm session. Third one, town hall. Fourth one.
Yeah.
No, Swarm session.
And these are to go into the problem sensing of Catalyst fund sticks, yeah?
No, it's not related to the funds. It's related to general problem statements, totally regardless of the funds or challenges which exist.
Right. Okay, cool. So how are they intended to be used? Where they're going to get used, put, referred to, that sort of thing.
So we've got the catalyst circle with the representatives elected, kind of representatives, and their role is to go about engaging what problems the community is seeing and feeling, and then target solutions. So over the next sort of 3 months. What's your term? Sorry, Felix.
Yes, exactly. 3 months.
3 months. So Felix is tasked with this stage problem sensing problems for toolmakers and maintainers in general across the Catalyst community, and then they'll go after trying to solve them for us.
Oh no, with you, not for us. I can.
I was just going to say,
because
so the intention here is that this sort of stuff might result in a number of different proposals going up to Catalyst, whereby everyone sort of that is coming out of the Catalyst swarm or seeing this will want to work on. Is that kind of the intention?
At least Catalyst Circle and what we are doing here has no direct connections to Swarm. Swarm is just a project in Catalyst. The Catalyst Circle itself, the idea was to create a human sensor array, and that we figured that they figured out already in, let's say, the project Catalyst at general. There are several groups. One of them are the SPOs. The other ones are the CAs. Other ones are the funded proposals and the tool makers. Then we have also Cardano Foundation and IoT. And each of these groups has one representative, which has been on one side elected outside, or it was, let's say, for example, IoT and CF, they agreed on their representatives. So Dor is for IoT, David Taylor, head of marketing, is for Cardano Foundation. And
I get you. I was trying to orientate. I can see in the title and that your screen share there we've got Catalyst Circle. So that was the orientation I needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have on this document, you have all the links you need. So from the very first beginning, when it was represented, through the election process, through, for example, what is the Catalyst Circle, the current definition of it. It's a very first, let's say, draft for a representative, I don't want to say governance model, because it's only about represent a group. So my job is only to represent the tool makers and maintainers, their problems, their needs, their interests. And the very first agreement in the very first Catalyst Circle was, okay, everybody, each representative have to come up with 2 problems for the group he's representing. And those 2 problems will be presented tomorrow in the second Catalyst Circle meeting.
Okay. And then in terms of, I'm just trying to, when I look at this document, the problem statements, I'm trying to figure out, well, how is someone using that in order to be able to discuss whether it's any changes or focus or anything. So this would be used inside the with the circle, to try and help guide or do what?
Exactly, at least the 2 problem statements, they will decide, as I understand it, right? The agenda for me, for example, for each representative for the next 3 months or 2.5 months now.
Okay, let me read that.
Because on the very first meeting, the question was, okay, that each representative should state 2 problem statements by their own. But in the meeting, we said, hey, wait, this wouldn't be the right approach. These problem statements should not be presented from an individual point of view. These problems should be ideated and defined from the community, because a representative does only represent, but we don't present. It's the community who present.
Yeah. Okay. But you carry on. I'm going to go and get a coffee because I'm desperate for one.
Coffee is good.
I've been holding off for like 2 hours. I'm just starting to. I'm trying to read this document. Eyes get a bit blurry. So I'm going to go and grab a coffee, and I'll come back in and join in. And certainly, I can. I've got to be careful mentally not to jump to solutions here, because I do know quite a bit about this problem.
It's the big problem with the toolmakers. We want solutions. We don't want to speak about problems. We don't
just fix it already.
I have some pretty strong ideas on how to fix different aspects of things, but in terms of trying to frame a problem that people can use and relate to, and I've seen this being discussed a bit across different groups over the last few weeks. So anyway, I'll go grab coffee. That means I'll be slightly more engaged in about 15 minutes.
Give this man a coffee.
I'll be back soon.
See you, Robert. Okay, so formulation. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, are you ladies? No ladies.
I sort of see both of these as scalability issues. So like when you have so much going on that no one can keep track of everything, how do you give someone a good process for getting involved, and how do you track how well people are acting in the system? When there's no way for any one person to keep track of everything that's going on, because this is just everything is growing now, but it's still very small compared to what it could be.
Steve, go for it.
Yeah, so I see you've got a couple of problems that you're going to be taking back. I assume these are the problems you're going to take back at the next circle meeting, what you've got here in this document. Exactly. So, and given the opinionated nature of our community, I assume you're going to take whatever suggestions you've received as well as the problems. You've gotten suggestions on solutions, I assume, right?
Yes. And on the very beginning, 2 weeks ago, after the very first Catalyst Circle meeting I think it was in the Swarm session. No, it was in the town hall. We started with the myrobots, so mapping out a lot of problems, and then break it down. From the beginning, from 26, we came to those 2 months now.
So are you satisfied with the possible solutions? Do you feel like there's something still missing? Do you feel like the answer is in the possible solutions you've received from the community so far?
Yeah, we don't. There's no solutions listed on this document. That's
exactly.
which is
I know. That's why I'm asking, what kind of solutions did you get? Are they viable? Are they realistic? Are they actually helpful?
It's quite fun because we never The only thing we tried, I think, was to really focus it on the problem statements, because everybody was jumping already to a bunch of solutions and everything, but this will be later, I think. And it's not a question if I am satisfied. Nobody should take care if I am satisfied. The
I don't
community
mean,
needs to.
no, I don't mean to imply that you should be satisfied. I meant more, you know, like with the first problem, the mission onboarding and the introduction process and the infrastructure, you know, like I've been involved with, you know, that core group of the CAs, you know, that are on Swarm and then the Catalyst Alliance, talking about these issues in terms of like improving that process for the community as well as the CAs, you know, and there have been some very specific ideas expressed in those conversations. And so, you know, like that kind of begs the question for me, you know, like, are these solutions gonna have a realistic chance of being implemented, you know, through this process of the circle? You know, that's kind of, maybe I'm jumping ahead. I'm you know, maybe that's your third circle meeting. I don't know. You know, I'm kind of curious how you view this process in terms of, you know, ideas that have already been talked about.
I think none of the ideas, none of the problems we are speaking about are new ideas. I think, like you said already, this idea, these problems, they are old problems. They have been stated since a bunch of time already. These are known problems, not only for tool makers. These are well-known problems for, regardless of whatever group, for a lot of people in the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, hope, let's say, I see is that by this catalyst circle, it's maybe a very good way to address these problems directly also to IOG and Cardano Foundation, and to say, hey, to solve these problems, it's not possible that the community themselves will not be able to solve these problems.
Right.
They do already a bunch of stuff, but we need support, and these
Right.
problems have to be solved together. And I think this is, I think, the biggest opportunity of the circle, to say, hey, okay, there you have all this, let's say, stakeholder representatives sitting together and say, hey, okay, look, here are our problems. To break a little bit the siloed stuff, everybody has their own communications platforms, speaking about the same problems, but isolated from each other, and not coming on a common ground where you can say, hey, okay, what actually can we do together?
Right. Well, that's, you know, and that was always the question, you know, in the discussion among the CAs, is like, how do we make this happen? Because it really involves, you know, somebody sticking their hands into the guts of the Ideascale registration process, as well as the whole funding round process, you know, and that's, you know, that requires IOG, that requires Ideascale, you know, that the.
So you see already the second problem is this trust, participation, and reward system. As you know, in the Catalyst Alliance, for example, this has been a very hot topic as well, and still is. What the secret DEX is working on as well. Jimbo Labs is walking in the same direction as well with the tokenomics and everything. So we see everybody, they are confronted with the same problems.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, because like voting process and that trusting the system and everything, you know, when those discussions, you know, that happen about that, they go all the way back to Aristotle and Socrates, you know, and Plato, and nobody ever resolved that, right? It's like it's been humanity's problem for thousands of years.
And also, to be honest, what really happens with these problems, I don't know much more than you. I will have more information about this after the meeting tomorrow. The meeting is again, like the last time, recorded as well, and will be published as well. And now it's really about, say, okay, we have this problem statements, we clustered them already. There have been already people on the formulation and everything. And now I just want to take the opportunity of the stages we have again, like on the beginning, to say, okay, does everybody who is present, is everybody agree with what is written down so far? Are
Yeah.
there
With
Yeah.
problem one?
Yep. So maybe let's start with problem, with the first one. So what problem do you see? Missing onboarding and introduction process and infrastructure. Maybe in Catalyst, should we mention this? Because do we speak a problem statement like this? Is this missing onboarding, introduction process and infrastructure about the United States or about the UN or?
I would say Catalyst / Ideascale, because it's part of Ideascale structure, you know, how we get onboarded.
/ Ideascale. Everybody agree with Ideascale?
Yeah, there is some value, I guess, in optimizing this bit, but I think it's marginal. I think I've read through it and it's like it covers what it needs to, kind of thing. The next thing for me from this that the ring really adds value is like really going into the meeting with like a list of potential solutions. So you can actually be like, okay, we've got this problem, and there's at least some ideas to kind of start thinking about, is this even, you know, what's the community coming up with? But that seems to be the next step rather than optimizing the wording right now. But just my take.
I think this will happen.
Sort of see.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
Oh, that's fine. I sort of see Ideascale as sort of like a starting point for what they're trying to do with Catalyst. As a centralized system, it doesn't really meet the same criteria as their like the goals for Cardano overall, like as making it into something that isn't controlled by a company, basically, like where it's just the community that's keeping everything running eventually. So I think, yeah, there are, it's good for what it's doing now, but I think it's just a starting point, and there's a lot more that can be done that's greater than what's possible on Ideascale.
You know, Ken, I would agree with you, but it was several months ago when I felt like we were told, I mean, this is my memory, you know, IOG invested a significant amount of money into Ideascale so that they actually have some ownership and, you know, footing to actually change it to suit Cardano's ecosystem. So that's kind of why I feel like I mean, based on that information that, as I said, was months ago, and I can't verify now how accurate it is, but based on that information, you know, this is kind of what we're going to have to work with for a while, and we have the access to make the changes that Cardano needs to it.
Yeah.
But
like I
could be wrong.
Anytime soon, I'm just saying, like, as a goal, like the same things that we're trying to do for Catalyst are applicable to like any sort of DAO that would be put together in the future. Like it's the same. You have governance, you have how do you establish rules for people, and how do you have a bunch of people work together even though they're distributed everywhere in the world. So like it's the same structures that are being worked out now are applicable in both cases, because Catalyst is basically just a DAO for Cardano itself, basically.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm involved in 2 other groups that are beginning to have their own DAO discussions, and nobody says, and we really want to do this on Ideascale. You know, like nobody says that.
yeah.
So maybe let's say instead of Catalyst at Ideascale, if we use, for example, just the word ecosystem, this includes all of these parts, for example.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And not only just the onboarding and introduction process is missing, it's like kind of like the explanation or definition of like how the whole process works. I mean, I know they got the flow chart and everything, but I mean, we were just in the other group challenge setting. We had confusion. Like we had 3 different ideas on like what insight sharing phase was. I don't think people even understand like what the different phases of the processes are. And then like where do the CAs fit in? Where do the VCAs fit in? Like like any of that kind of stuff is really just kind of like unknown. Like people have their own ideas, it seems like, but there's no like central way to get this information.
Yeah, it's really tricky. I mean, having these discussions is really like herding cats, you know. I mean, it's really hard to come to a common
Totally.
understanding because people express what they understand, and then it doesn't matter how much you discuss, they don't really shift that much in what they're understanding.
It's broadly speaking, you'll find this right throughout the whole blockchain cryptocurrency space, because by its very nature as a domain, it's anti-disciplinary in a sense.
Yeah.
And I use that in the sense that you're bringing in lots of different things. So in a large community, and Catalyst itself is relatively large, everyone's going to come with slightly different stages and where they're at. Right. And also learn or take in information differently. So there will never really be a single place in which you can go and get the appropriate information. It's more that it's going to have to be interpreted and reinterpreted in lots of different ways. And eventually more and more people will start to understand what does it mean to actually participate like this. So really those that have participated in open source software development have probably the best understanding of how to do this, but most other people haven't really worked in a really open collaborative manner before. And so establishing norms, culture, all those sort of things become really, really important. The kind of the warm, fuzzy, the group dynamics, nonviolent communication, all of these sort of things, and they have to evolve over time. What is probably the biggest concern within like Catalyst is that it grows too fast and therefore fragments. And so you get lots of different own interpretations. So there's no single, what's the word I'm looking for? No single narrative that can hold everyone together.
I think that's definitely going to happen with like how we're doing different translations. Because I mean, if we're going to have kind of like separate groups, like they're like if we have like that group, the Eastern group form their own town hall, like and Dora's not there and someone has a question, because like I just saw it happen. Like Dora popped into our group and then someone was given an answer to a question that Dora had already answered, and it like contradicted a little bit what he said. So it's like that stuff's already going to start happening, right? Like we're not going to have like a true answer for some of these things, and we're just going to start making it up, and then we're going to have like different branching narratives.
Yeah. I agree with what you said, Robert. I mean, this is really like trying to form a committee of anarchists, you know, like by definition, why would they be on a committee, you know?
And I think also in this regard, I think it's even healthy when there are a lot of groups doing their own stuff, have their own definitions, have their own interpretations. I think this is exactly what we want to arrive with when we speak about decentralization. But decentralization does not mean no communication. So I think this is the big problem that we have this different interpretations, the different communities, these different functions. But when I think about infrastructure, it doesn't mean that this whole parts needs to become one. It just means that the space between those have to fill with something. And
right.
there isn't communication. And when there isn't communication, then you have misunderstanding. And when you have misunderstanding, you have quite fast conflicts coming up as well. I think this is the
exactly. And I don't think that's unhealthy at all to have like different like branching narratives and stuff. But in regards to like a tool, like how do you use Ideascale and how do you like make proposals and how does the process work? That kind of stuff should be just ironed out. It should be simple. It shouldn't be so complicated.
Yeah, so one of the advantages with open source software is that the people typically participating in the community can build their own tools. And so you've seen quite a big shift. I mean, I've been around long enough in open source software to go from when Richard Stallman was doing sort of free software through to the transition and the wars, if you like, between around the narrative of what transitioning to open source software and all the different licenses. And then you have GitHub coming along. and Gets and GitHub radically changed what open source software was, both in the way the ability for teams to coordinate and show their sort of activity as they go along. And you sort of, if you look at, so what Stephen's doing with terms of documenting stuff within GitBooks and others with those sort of tools are a fantastic way to actually try and bring people together without needing them to, or to maintain the branching, so to speak, but also enable them to cross-communicate because of the architecture of the underlying piece of software, which is in this case Git and the web, enables you to cross-link information with histories of what's actually going on. And so you can navigate more appropriately around what is happening. So I noticed, for example, Stephen started to use the GitHub issues and task tracking sort of work that's going on. And it's those really kind of, they seem really odd or difficult to get your head around, but they're actually very, very powerful at coordinating activity while maintaining decentralized sort of thinking, sensing, and participation. Just because of the really sort of almost knotty architecture. So in the sort of discussion that was coming through, jumping to solution because, hey, it pops into my head, is that one of the ways of solving this is to do exactly what I think Stephen did a couple of weeks ago in a breakout room session for Town Hall, was to actually show people how to use Gitbook, right? So using something really simple like Markdown and Gitbook, which is the Markdown stuff is really easy to get around, get your head around. You don't need much in the way of tools. You can do it in a text sort of way. And then you've got all the history of the changes that are going on, and you can refer to different changes and those sort of things that are happening. So they're a great way to learn to show how to start to interlink the different groups that are discussing things. That's just the sort of one example, and it's been incredibly successful within the open source community overall.
So that's just like to try to keep like the different groups as we form them like on the same page. But were we talking like when I jumped in about migrating from Ideascale to something else, or did that not come up?
I wasn't aware of it.
Well, I was just saying before that it's probably not going to be the final solution. Like I don't know. It might turn into the final solution, but what it is right now, I don't think it's the final thing.
I had mentioned, Ron, that early on this year, like January, February, I'd heard that IOG had made a big investment into Ideascale so that they'd had more access to the nuts of it. So, but then nobody's ever talked about that since.
So we may be stuck with it for a while, or maybe we can make improvements to the actual platform or something.
Yeah, if we can remold it, that would be awesome. Because the problem is, like, do we really want to rebuild the whole damn thing, and have yet another website to go to and shift people over onto? I mean, that's not easy either.
Don't underestimate the effort required to actually build something. It's huge. And arguably, there will be a tendency to sort of try and build an application rather than, say, protocols for doing it. So, for example, yes, it's possible to rebuild something like Ideascale. If you were to rebuild it, it would be important, in my view, to change the way in which it's architected to utilize the underlying blockchain to kind of eat your own dog food. But the effort required to do that is massive.
Yeah.
And really at the moment, having been sort of in sort of similar sort of spaces where tools like Ideascale exists, yeah, it's clunky, the interface is terrible. But the bigger challenge, I think, is getting people to understand that this is about idea sensing. Like, for example, when Fund 2 was initially done, and Dora was talking about return on intention, about sensing, about participation. In subsequent rounds, I've seen that slowly diminishing, as in the focus is very much on put up a fully formed proposal. Is there a business model toward this? Is you going to get revenue stream coming through? Where's the front-end application side of things coming on? Whereas that's actually not what tools like Ideascale are about. They're about trying to sense and try and form a common view, if you like, around what's important to the community. I think the biggest problem with Ideascale is it's not actually set up or wasn't designed to be a community of diverse people all over the world of in the order of 10, several thousand. It was intended to be used inside organizations to help them do problem sensing, where you might have an order of magnitude of 200 people. That's probably where the biggest problem is with Ideascale, is that that problem sensing mechanism that has been implemented on isn't sufficient for the scale at which Cardano Catalyst is operating at.
So we're kind of proving that Ideascale does not scale.
Yeah, but it's not from an interface point of view. It's just really, this is a problem generally around the difference between markets and bureaucracy, right? The whole idea of markets they are actually a problem sensing environment in their own right. They use the pricing function to achieve that, whereas bureaucracies codify rules. And so we start to build hierarchy if you take those two extremes. So the real challenge within Catalyst is to try and actually bring those two together. Okay, so that you can utilize the underlying infrastructure, which gives us tools for both market mechanisms and for rules, without the hierarchy, without the bureaucracy that comes along with it. The other side of things, without the greed, without the show me the money, give me where's my token drop. And at the moment we're kind of sitting in an uneasy position between the two. And so that's, to me, that's where the problem with Ideascale kind of sits. It's a uneasy tension between the size of the community overall and what it's trying to achieve versus the processes by which it's using it.
So do you want to include this in the very first problem statement? Maybe feel free also to reformulate the sentences written down right now.
Yeah, I just changed a little bit about that. Why solving this problem? I just changed it to rather than, what was it? Diverse and passionate. I put diverse, engaged, and informed community is more important.
And Stephen, you had your hand raised, no? Oh, we have the Stevens in the room. Cool. Everything is fine now.
Balance has been
Even our grandpa, right?
Was that an old joke?
Is there some kind of badge? Everyone who achieves 2 Stevens gets a badge.
Sorry to say, Steve, I think I'm the one that started that whole grandpa thing. So I think that you got to lay that one at my feet.
I don't take it personally, but
what I'm taking personally is my beer is empty.
no question until you've got it refilled.
You got to train your puppy to go get you a new one.
Sorry, Stephen, it's a bit too early for beer here.
Sorry, Robert.
I need coffee.
Can't help you, Robert.
So, sounds like we need something like a Catalyst 3D bar printer. Just organic
So
one.
do we want to include anything about like the platform itself? Ideascale is like the design of it is kind of at odds with itself, like with what we're attempting to do versus what it was like originally intended for. Or is that?
As you know, like, have you ever spent any time, Ron, looking at Robert's Rules of Order?
Uh,
No.
And in the United States, anyway, it's frequently used as a guideline for the bylaws for how nonprofits or large organizations are structured, right? You know, their voting processes, the role processes, and I've thought about it a lot over the last few months as I've gone through here, because my partner Kelly and I got involved with some nonprofits a few years ago. And these guys would all say, yeah, we're governed by Robert's Rules of Orders, right? Because it's kind of a standard. And then when you read the thing, they don't do any of that shit, you know, like they don't follow any of those rules or structures, in part because Robert's Rules of Orders were made for large organizations that spread across multiple states, right? So, you know, like you have representatives coming from, you know, Texas and Louisiana and all that kind of stuff. And there's a prescribed procedure for all of that. And, you know, it's still, you know, it's a top-down hierarchy and everything. But what I've always found interesting about the rules and the roles as they're defined is, you know, the president is not a decider. The president, you know, it goes back to the root, you know, the president presides and he moderates discussion and does whatever he's directed to do. But, you know, like it's not a decision maker role. And that's one of those things where, you know, like in normal American society, people just toss that shit out. You know, it's like they ignore that, you know, because they want a decider because they don't want to take that responsibility. And it's interesting because in the Cardano community, I see that real, you know, it's really deep in everybody. Nobody wants a boss over this process. And the bigger problem is how to collaborate and how to make decisions, you know, in an organized fashion.
So somehow smaller organizations pick that up, and they're over time we've decided that Robert's Rules of Orders is like what we're supposed to be using, but it really doesn't fit.
Never. I mean, never. I mean, never. But they all claim it as if they understand what's actually in Robert's Rules of Orders. But, you know, like I've been in 3 organizations, none of them really exhibited any understanding of it at all.
That's funny. Yeah, there is no clear central starting point. And then when you ask questions to people that you think are like, well, I guess that kind of goes in the trust part of it, maybe. When you ask questions to people that you think are like the experts, like they have differing answers.
Yeah, like for myself, you know, I got into Catalyst because I was on the forum on the CF's website, and there was hardly any traffic there, you know, like it wasn't a very dynamic thing going on, but I kept seeing mention of Catalyst, and so I thought, well, maybe there's more action going on over here, and you know, down the rabbit hole I went.
Because I have one question about this here. Do you think it makes sense to change this both maybe in a specific example regarding Ideascale? Because I think when we speak about Discord servers, it's only, I think, a small amount of people who use Discord. There's Telegram, there's Reddit, there's Facebook from other people. For example, all the Eastern folks, they don't use Discord, for example. And when it comes to no clear central starting point to learn about Catalyst, I don't know what your point of view is. Is this normally something what Ideascale aims to be, the central starting point? Normally it should be if this is the place where you go to set up your proposals and everything, no?
I agree with you about Discord. I think it's too small of a segment to include in this.
Some other thoughts?
Just my thoughts on Discord and a couple of other those 2 points there. Yeah, if you've got too many channels on Discord, that becomes a real problem. So there's a curation effort required to find the sweet spot of channels.
Yep.
Because what happens is discussion will bleed over it. If you've got too many, discussions will bleed across different channels. And people feel a bit overwhelmed by saying, well, I can see all these activities on the channels themselves. And I don't know what's happening. Where do I post things? Those sort of stuff. So curation of channels is really important to keep them to a sufficient number. No clear central starting point to learn about Catalyst. Certainly with the proposal that I've got in Fund 5, I chose not to create a channel on the Catalyst Discord server this time around, because I kind of just wanted to channel any sort of discussions through the proposal on Catalyst to keep it all there so people could at least catch up on what was going on. Because what you tend to have happening is the questions and explanations are happening outside of that object. And so people aren't necessarily getting the full context. So I just thought I'd try and just put discussions only through Ideascale on that for that purpose, rather than on Telegram and Discord and things.
Because on Discord, when you look, for example, as Polkadot, they manage the server. There are some very small rubrics, and then only language channels, but not a lot. When you look, for example, on our stuff, there you can scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. So, but maybe really, therefore, we shouldn't take so much, because as mentioned, there's Telegram, there's Reddit, there's Discord, there's Facebook, there's whatnot.
Yeah,
so can we take
generally my idea, it's good to have many channels, but then people will feel like they're missing out and they've got to be across a lot, or they're not getting the full context. So again, it's always a trade-off. How many channels of communication do you have? And more isn't always better.
So
just
especially what you said here, that the goal is to bring them into the community in a safe and inclusive way.
Yeah. Just slightly above innate, what problem do you see? I've just highlighted particular part in that paragraph, which leads to siloing and potential waste of resources and engagement. I think there's a bigger problem here rather than just siloing. It's the bigger problem here is that if we do have the siloing and therefore people aren't able to coordinate, then it reduces our ability to meet or accelerate or get the adoption that you're after, as say the economic identity or financial operating system, that sort of stuff. So it's not so much about siloing and potential waste, it's the fact that it slows us down. So, is that just changing that? I was trying to change it before, but I couldn't find the right words. it was really the potential waste of resources that I thought was negative. Whereas if you actually define the problem to be more future forward looking, which is like we instead of leads to siloing and potential waste, I would prefer to say something along the lines of reduces our ability to gain traction or accelerate our mission, something like that.
Or to maintain cohesiveness.
Yeah, I was trying to find something more positive rather than siloing and potential waste, like kind of a call to arms. You know,
Yeah,
if we solve this problem, we can achieve more. That's
right. And if you say reduces our ability to maintain cohesiveness, at least you're implying that we are cohesive. I don't know that we are, but you know, you're kind of implying it.
Yeah.
I think we're a pretty cohesive group. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
A lot of our ideas, like one of us, I'll be in another group and we'll be talking about something, I'll jump in another group and we'll be talking about the same thing and I'll jump in another group. It's like, wow, we're all on the same wavelength. We've already like achieved group consensus without even all like being like in the same meeting. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm a little
Or
concerned.
everyone's just reading Steve's Git books. That's probably what it is.
Hey, it's amazing what he's doing, keeping literally track of everything now.
I love it.
What's Spock yet? They're next.
Yeah, Spock ratchet up. Let's go, Steve. You still have hours. You still have some hours to sleep. Not anymore. Yeah. Go for it.
I have to talk to Ron later about that.
You're gonna have to do a Git book on the relationships that are forming, because that's coming too.
That sounds messy.
Yeah.
Just here, Robert, you wanted to mention something else, which leads to reducing our ability to gain traction and or you're muted.
Robert, you're muted.
Yeah.
Remember that. Rather than reducing, sort of, which slows our ability, slows our progress or inhibits our progress. Trying to find something more future forward, positive, rather than
slows down the network effect,
or just like delays the process,
or slows momentum.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get going. Always awesome talking with you guys, and jump to another group really quick, and then.
Cheers, Ron.
See you, Ron.
Yeah.
Yep.
See you guys.
which adds friction to world domination. Yeah.
That's a good point. Good point.
I was trying to think of something, yeah.
Let's say humble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not today.
It's about to be positive. Yeah.
It's future oriented.
Future orientated. You know, we've solved this problem, and we can. If we solve this problem, we'll dominate the world. Type situation.
This sounds ambitious, which adds friction. World domination slows our ability to gain traction or disables momentum and potential network effects.
Steven's got a nice little phrase there in the chat. I like that.
Our intention enables our ability to connect as a cohesive. Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds
Yeah.
nice.
We don't want to be inhibited. particularly when we're seeking world domination.
Only in this regard.
So,
Okay,
I was
so
thinking what Robert was saying about bridges. So why do you build bridges? Because you want to connect with people. You want to, why do you want more cohesion between people? Why do you want that? That kind of thing. So,
I'm going to check out because I just get more and more Monty Pythonish in my head about this, and I don't want to distract y'all. So, but I appreciate the seriousness with which you're approaching this.
well, domination, Steve.
We're going for number one.
keeps together.
I thought we were autonomous collective.
We'll see you guys soon.
See you later, Steve.
Yep.
Which adds friction to it.
It's really hard already, even with a bunch of smart people, just to figure out some really simple.
One sentence.
Yeah, 10 people, one sentence. Yeah, give us some years. We will come up with something beautiful. But for me, it's really extremely interesting because, to be honest, for me, it doesn't matter so much the outcome. What matters much more for me, it's really the process. To see already, wow, there has been now, for example, 4 sessions and people between the sessions working on the document and everything and really bring it to the community, and to see already how difficult it is. It took us 4 weeks, and no, 2 weeks. And I don't want to count all the hours to just agree on 2 problem statements, to formulate them just on a very simple way, because how many words do we have here? 300? Not even, no, less. And I think this process already, it shows so much more than we can write down here. If we want to write down what the process shows, it takes us the triple of the time just the process took already right now.
Oh, apparently we've got 1,000 words, 950. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, not including this.
Yeah. Take a few off for the intro outro.
So this one, where do we gonna fit this in?
I've kind of put that in there. I was just shifting that around.
And Robert, it took me a bunch of time to understand that you are Wolfstep.
Oh,
Said, wait, this guy, wait. Ah.
yeah,
Hey.
that's right.
We were talking about it earlier, Felix.
Exactly. Yes, I know. But now I got you. We know who you are.
Yeah, I did used to have really long hair, so so I know.
What is really cool on Discord is when you give yourself a role with a gray title, so that your name is gray, and you give yourself a gray picture. Nobody can see you. It's really funny. So you write something and you're a ghost because it merges into the background.
Stealth mode.
Yeah.
Let the children play. Yes. But well. And we didn't even go to the formulation of the second problem yet.
Yeah, I was just playing around. It takes ages to get good words, I think. Frictional I like world domination, I have to say.
He's gonna keep it for you. I will mention this tomorrow. And Robert O'Brien really loved this part here particularly.
I'm not so fussed about network effects, one, because it kind of gets misused a lot.
Maybe gain momentum is enough already.
Yeah, I just think that's enough to say connect as a cohesive community and gain momentum.
Yep. Okay. Wow, we have the first one ready. Okay, now we can go to the other one.
I've been struggling with one word in there. we've got decentralized as a negative, and I can't live with that. Can we have it as dispersed? Maybe.
Yes.
Information is very dispersed.
Sure.
There's an overload of information for Cardano catalysts.
What about disconnected?
I'm
Or dispersed, disconnected, I suppose.
The good thing is when we
but the fact that it's diverse is actually kind of a positive thing, because that implies broader sensing. So I wouldn't put a but in there. I'd just say it is very dispersed.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore hard. So rather than and just put in therefore hard for someone to just starting out to know where to look and learn how to participate. People feel overwhelmed and lost when first starting out. So that captures the real problem. Much of the available materials are in English only, which builds upon that being lost, and this, which means that different communities do not have bridges between each other. Full stop.
And then his favorite, friction to world domination. Yeah, this sounds fancy.
This has friction to world domination, slowing our ability to connect as a cohesive community and gain momentum.
But
yeah.
To keep it a little fancy, we should add something about NFTs and centralization and DAOs and all the good stuff.
Where's our buzzword? Come on.
Now you could put on world domination and what, going to the moon?
Yeah. Yes. When moon. Yeah, exactly. We lose when moon.
We won't be landing on the moon anytime soon.
No cats with laser eyes either.
All right.
So why is solving this problem important for the mission of Project Catalyst? Diverse, engaged, and informed community participation is vital for Catalyst to be successful. If we can build a vibrant community structure with creativity and input from as wide a group as possible, sounds strange. From as wide a group as possible.
Why you don't use Grammarly for that?
Yeah, it could do. I can throw.
You can use Grammarly for improved. To read that.
This is boring. This is true handwork here.
Yeah, boring. This is more fun, in the jungle.
This is true hard work here. It's handmade.
Grammarly suggest world domination to me as a sentence.
And if we can build a vibrant community structure with creativity and input from as wide a group as possible, from a group as wide as possible.
We have a middle board.
From
broad, maybe better.
As wide as possible. As wide as possible.
Juan is asking if we have a mirror board.
We had a mirror board, but now we've put everything.
Just with that. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you, Felix.
quite difficult to go with sticky notes into the catalyst circle and say,
Yeah.
That's our problem.
Creating a text with sticky notes.
Exactly, but if you want, wait, already.
Hear me.
That chairman.
But when you want the My Robots and all the stuff, you just go on the link here. Brings you to, yeah, and there you have all the My Robots as well and all the stuff listed.
Nice.
Related to the statement, the sensing process.
Be right back. I will save the recording, okay?
Local needs, individual needs.
Local needs is referring to, like, I'm here in New Zealand. Someone else might be in Nigeria. Our needs are going to be completely different. There may be a lot of similarities, but the idea here is local needs is to say, well, you've actually, I'm the most informed about my needs or my community's local needs here in New Zealand than someone sitting, say, in Colorado, sunny Colorado, you know, that sort of thing. And so one of the big things here is the idea behind Catalyst generally is to be this sensing machine.
Yep.
Right? What's important to the Cardano community broadly? So that's the effectively through Catalyst, we're trying to build this structure to be able to look, understand, and interpret local needs and deploy the capacity of that community to solve those local needs. And that's what you're seeing within respect to, like, the African hubs. Yeah. Rather than sort of having some person from on high dictating what gets done, we're trying to come from the bottom and understand the needs of from the bottom up and push it up.
Totally agree. This is what I love so much with our Eastern Hemisphere initiative.
Yeah. So to sense needs to a local community, or just sense the needs of a local community or of local communities?
Yeah, communities, definitely. Because right now we can't speak about the community. The community doesn't exist.
No.
To local.
So the idea, you know, the fancy term for it is polycentric forms of governance and sensing. Many centers.
Already, I really
so there's one thing here. Yeah.
Sorry, it was me. I really hate when a chapter is divided on different pages.
Yeah. So here we want to build a vibrant, creative community able to sense this needs specific to local communities and act upon them.
Yeah, pretty good writer.
Something like that. Oops. So that's like tying into why solving is this problem need. We want to sense locally, but collect globally. That's what we want to be able to do. So you could probably reinforce that by repeating it a little bit if you wanted to, which was,
But you might be able to say to sense local needs instead of saying community twice. I don't know.
say that again, Ken. I couldn't quite hear.
Instead of saying community twice, you can say to sense local needs.
Sense local needs.
To be able to sense local needs and act upon them collectively.
Isn't that what we started with?
Yeah.
It's just yeah.
Yeah, it's shorter and I think
a little
stronger
funny to
in
say
that.
community twice. That's all. Yeah.
Oops. So that's just a restatement in 4 spiffy words.
Like it.
So yeah, that's kind of a call to arms. That is 4 words. Act locally. I mean, sorry, sense locally, act globally.
I had a T-shirt that said "Think locally, act hillbilly." I quite like that.
That too. Yeah. So I would add in there. And if I was doing that.
Cool. And then he just posted the invitation for tomorrow's Eastern Hemisphere town.
Nice.
We want to avoid
what's this problem?
This because of feeling overwhelmed.
But isn't that already restated in the problem statement above?
Yep. Maybe we can take it all off.
Yeah. My sense is just to take that last sentence all out. I think there's enough to say act upon them.
Yep.
Sense locally, act globally is the call to arms. So, and then the next paragraph is talking about information overload within the context that the community is growing, which is valid. So that's another reason why we've got to act, because we know as the community grows, there's going to be a lot of information overload, lot of fragmentation in terms of things.
The longer it's left, the harder to fix.
Yeah, so
just as one thing, for example, why I'm really a little afraid, for example, with this Eastern town hall, because we don't have any network to onboard them on Catalyst when they want to join. And they say, yeah, hey, do you have something in this language, in that language? And yeah, we invite you to join the ecosystem, but yeah, we don't have any. and
you need to write it.
Exactly.
Well, it's like the stuff that Stephen's doing with Gitbooks. Gitbooks supports multiple languages. And so a key thing is to try and get people to do the translations would be great of those sort of things. But before that happens, the but is that people got to be familiar with Gitbooks and know, and then the but before that is they've got to know that it's a problem to work on in the first instance, to care about it. And the final, yeah, okay, I know this is important. I'm learning about Gitbooks. I'm doing the translation. And then why? Why am I doing it? does anyone notice?
Mm.
You know, so that dovetails into the second problem that we've got, which is the trust, reputation, the reward for doing things that are really, really important. You know, all the stuff that happens behind the scenes that's invisible.
Yes.
To most people, but actually provides the mycelium in the sense of how the forest operates and communicates, which is all, you know, all the sort of work that Stephen and Felix and stuff are doing in the Catalyst Swarm.
It's funny how you mentioned the feedback loop, because I know from stats on the Git book, most of the Git books are mostly read by people from Discord. And not from the wider community. So if you're expanding the community, like going out onto social media and stuff like that, then you do need a feedback loop. But then it comes back to Felix's point about being able to handle the people when they come. You know, so and I get what Robert's saying. It's about, you know, connecting all the dots together, really. So you have documentation, what you're documenting stuff that's very useful. Why is it useful? Well, so people can find out about that, but then it has to reach the people who are interested in it in the first place, that kind of thing, you know, so.
Oh, they're connecting.
I actually wrote this paragraph, like I was thinking like in terms of system dynamics, like if you have a reinforcing feedback loop, that's basically a loop that grows because the properties of the system just increase the amount, like the amount of information available increases because you have more people joining the community, and yeah, and as more people, as the more projects that are done, the more projects that are added to Catalyst, the more exposure that Catalyst will have, which will cause more people to join the community. So it's I guess there's in system dynamics, you've got reinforcing and balancing feedback loops. So like a balancing one will, like if one thing increases, then the other thing will decrease, or like it sort of balances out instead of causing an exponential explosion in what's going on. So
Can verify this. Not can verify. Second. There we have a good example, for example, what was with Catalyst Swarm and the Israeli Swarm. That we copy paste the same formats, the same methods, the same structure to a totally new environment, observing how they function. And when different parts use the same formats, the same tools, once discoveries becomes the other discoveries, once failure becomes also the other's discovery. So for example, also, which is really interesting to see now with two formats from Town Hall, for example. Now, when there are two, there's the possibility to compare. When you only have one, you can't compare, you can't evolve really, because you have to compare with yourself. which is extremely difficult because you're too close to it. By creating a second form and simply by, yeah, it's like nature walks as well, no? When you look on Mimosa. Duplicate, 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 compare, evolve, increase.
Yeah, the easier it is to basically fork, improve, and do a pull request, the more power you have. Yeah, that's one of the big, really is one of the big things, is to, if you can take a template and just fork it, do your local customizations for your needs, then potentially do a pull request back in. That's great. Yeah, the more people that can do that sort of thing, I think, the better we are. So if Git or GitHub was to have a human rather than programmer interface, yeah, would be great. So I've put in a couple of words there that so the amount of information available about Cardano and Catalyst will only continue to grow as more people join the community. Improving findability creates a reinforcing feedback loop, becoming a superpower. Now, findability is a term from information architecture. Basically means to be able to navigate and find what you're looking for. The idea that we can find it easily creates this feedback loop, and in turn, that gives us the superpower. I've used the term superpower here basically because it's kind of often used in communities to say what's our biggest strength, that's coming through.
And because we
so
are
that plays into my world domination thing.
That's it. I just wanted to say, yeah, you like ambition words and formulation.
See, Felix, now you're going to have to put some super DC Comics or Marvel comic actors. You go,
so the findability is a superpower.
Yeah, if you can find things more easily, then you can orientate around them quickly, and you get a sense of the problem with information overload is people get overwhelmed and there's a huge amount of fatigue, so they don't know what to trust, where, and how. A lot of work that's come out of web development stuff was to try and architect websites so that both your words, your content, the way it was structured, how you find it, like using tags, those sort of things, all create signals to the veracity of the information. And if you can find stuff more easily for what you need, then that in turn creates, means that it's more credible for you, and you're more likely to take it in and act upon it. Just the words, just the fact that a really good example in here is we're a widely diverse community in terms of languages. Right? I may be able to read English, but my native language might be Vietnamese, and therefore I struggle, or it's cognitively more difficult for me to understand English. Whereas if it was done in Vietnamese, I'm going to be able to read it more quickly, and it's going to be, I'm going to feel more confident because I've understood it. Therefore, I'm more likely to act and engage on it. And so that becomes that reinforcing loop. And the more people that you bring in that are engaged and informed, the more likely we're going to be able to solve the various different problems that brought people here in the first place.
Great. I was thinking about writing some German or French proposals for Fund 6. Only in French, only in German. And if community advisors, they complain, I would say, no, why aren't there German community advisors or French community advisors? This is a system problem. This is not my problem. So
yeah, I like that. Do it, please. Oh,
Then we'll have someone come along and write in their proposal in Haskell, and everyone's like, "What?
What is this
oh,
language?
don't give me
Totally
ideas. I would
useless.
love to do that.
Haskell Bluetooth? Nah.
You've just given me ideas for.
Come on, let's do some really good proposals for fun sake, guys.
Yeah, I'll put in precise logical statements. I think, and I can do that. Yeah. So, yes. Actually, Ideascale should probably actually support all the mathematical symbols quite happily. So, does it support math jacks or something else like that? I'm not sure.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, don't give me ideas, Jonathan.
Don't give your ideas. You're on the wrong place. You know it.
If you can't describe your project in algebra, you're not worth the funding.
The problem is I can.
So,
Yeah.
without the way-
I'm trying to figure out how to. Where is it? Oh, this actually reminds me. Very relevant to this. How many people know about Christopher Alexander's work? Pattern languages. So this sort of where's my camera? Is that yeah, this sort of stuff here. Oops.
Pattern theory.
Pattern theory. No, I don't. I did watch a video by the guy who wrote Orc. That was very good. It had a bit of pattern theory in it.
Right. So the idea of a pattern language is around generative knowledge production. So this is if you can codify, so like Stephen's doing all the Git book sort of stuff, but if you get into developing pattern languages, you know, we kind of touched on a little bit the idea that the Israeli group could develop some guidelines and things that are going on, and then you can just clone that or fork that and do your local changes. The sort of problem solution kind of language that develops around pattern languages means that people can take little bits and pieces and stitch them together. And that's a way of creating a language that I can easily communicate to everyone in the community. And people instantly know what you mean by that. So, Stephen, you've got a background in programming, that's right? Yeah.
Philosophy. So I'm thinking of Austin's speech acts.
Right. So speech acts is really important.
Yeah, which is like a precursor for generative grammar.
Yeah. So the performative act in speech acts, in the sense that is very relevant to a lot of things within the blockchain space. The idea of pattern languages is to create a language which gives you those ability to do the performative acts, because they're problem solution sort of things, in such a way that I can actually communicate an idea really, really rapidly to you. And I don't have to go through and explain it. And that creates, you know, this notion of a generative language that builds upon itself. That's very relevant to this notion of feedback loops becoming a superpower. Anyway, that's a sidetrack thing, but that's the core idea, because it helps us to aggregate and streamline information through language. So we're giving people direction on where to go next. The process of getting connected will only get more difficult. Again, this idea is a negative. Can we turn that into a positive?
Sort of what I was going for was just to point out the problem, like where without a solution to the problem, that it's going to get more difficult. Like as the the point of this is to bring up problems and to, I don't know, that's was the main objective, I think, of the project we're working on here. That we can change it. Like, it's just like if you're not pointing out how things can possibly fail if we don't come up with a solution, then you're not, I don't know.
My view on that is kind of like, what is the problem is kind of establishing the problem here, whereas we're saying why solving this problem is important. And again, sort of trying to word it such that it's future looking. We know if so we kind of stated this, that growth is going to be an impediment to creating a vibrant community. Will only continue to grow, more people will join the community. So improving findability creates this reinforcing feedback loop and a superpower.
Just put in
Like,
the comments, I reversed the statement. So I put in the comments, I put the negative bit at the beginning. So the process of getting connected will only get more difficult without a way to aggregate and streamline information. We need to give people a direction on where to go next.
Did you want to put that directly into the document, Stephen?
Yes, please.
I could do, yeah.
There's the link if you needed it.
Yeah, sure. I'll just put it underneath. It's not. I'll just finesse it here.
I like that better. Yeah, I like that.
And then I've just an ellipsis at the end because we need to discuss where to go next. So it's left hanging, isn't it? So
yeah, okay. So you want to leave the ellipse in there?
Yeah, but we could put something there. So
need to give people direction on where to go next.
So one thing we could put there is a solution. So that we have in mind.
Where to go next, or I'm going to say, rather than give people direction, rather confidence.
Yeah, that's good.
Confidence.
Where to go next? This is direction, no? Confidence.
Yeah.
And
Confidence to participate.
Orientation.
Well, the ultimate goal of this, solving the information problem, is to get more people involved.
Well, the thing is that if you have too much information, you're not, like, you don't know how to get involved unless you're able to parse the information and find a place where you fit into the ecosystem.
So we need to give people confidence to participate, to be involved, to join in.
I don't see it as I don't really see it as an issue of confidence. It's an issue of being overwhelmed. So, like, it's already trying to keep up with all the proposals and understand what everyone's doing is already a little overwhelming, and it's only going to keep growing. The amount of proposals, the amount of people involved in the ecosystem, the amount of people producing content that's related to Cardano, and it's like a full-time job to keep up with everything.
So what about that their perspective is valuable? Give them confidence, because what you're saying, you know, if you get overwhelmed, you think, I don't know where I can contribute. I don't know if what I have in mind is of value to everyone else, because I haven't got a sense of who everyone else is. Right?
I think that's half of it. Half of it is knowing where to share what you have in mind. The other half is just understanding what's already there, because it's not just what you have to contribute, it's what you have to learn from everybody else. So like
so there's a confidence and understanding where the whole thing is at. And once you've got that understanding, then you can contribute.
To give people a clarity, some clear vision of what's going on.
I think it was originally was it direction?
I suppose direction implies maybe it's a bit too prescriptive.
Well, the thought, I guess, was that just it's both what to do next, what to learn next, and what to do next. So like knowing where you fit into the overall structure of everything. So both in your process of learning and contributing.
Yeah.
So it's more like
That's it. What about that one? So orientation isn't being prescriptive on, you know, this is the defined direction, but you've got a sense of your own orientation. And because you've got that, you've got the ability and confidence to contribute your perspective.
Yeah, I like the word orientation. It kind of suggests autonomy.
It suggests what? Sorry, Steve?
Sorry, autonomy. So it's not prescriptive, as you say.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, is the again? It's like the developing ecosystems that we're trying to develop on the website. Like maybe with documentation, but people with the community website is getting this overview of like a clear view of what's going on. But at the same time, you can't just have people doing that from the top, just categorizing things. There has to be some sort of way of generating that from the community, doesn't it? Like you say, Robert. It has to be, otherwise it becomes very like a newspaper, you know.
Yes, that's right. You want to kind of, which is one of the, even though Steve was it Steve? Yeah, Steve was saying, talking about Robert's Rules of Organization. You know, that particular prescription of stuff is for a hierarchy. And we're not a hierarchy, and we've got to try and resist the temptation to be a hierarchy. But at the same time, try and maximize the ability of being an anarchy.
Yeah, it's like the direction of the Git books I was trying to do is to try and train people to ultimately so that like let 1,000 Git books bloom kind of thing. you know,
Yeah.
where the Git book becomes like a template for people for information,
Yeah.
and it becomes generative in that sense,
Yes.
and distributive as well.
So in that sense, why is solving this problem important to the mission of Catalyst? Well, we've just said the first paragraph says a diverse and engaged community is vital so that we can make people sense locally and act globally. Cool. We've got an impediment to that, which is the amount of information available on Cardano Catalyst will only continue to grow as we bring on more people. So therefore, we have to ensure, we have to constantly ensure that what we do provide is findable in some way to create a reinforcing loop.
Also, I think there's something, I mean, this is just my own view, is something to do with capability. It's people need to be able to I suppose it's implied by your orientation words, you know, yes, people need to give people orientation, but people need to be able to be orientated. They need to be capable of being orientated. So I suppose I'm thinking about Amita. Have you heard of Amita Sen's work, Robert, the economist? He came up with this something called the capabilities approach, where so rather than judge an economy by GDP, you or something like that, you also judge economies by not necessarily what they produce as a national product, but in terms of the capabilities of what they can produce. So,
Right.
So you're not prejudging a community. You're just saying this community is capable. This is what they want to do. This is their capability. This is their. So I'm not really expressing it very well, but
I know what you talk about because I've done quite a bit of work in what's called multi-capital accounting. So I'm quite familiar with that sort of idea of trying to measure more and more intangibles that are more complex in nature rather than the single financial unit of account metric.
You can imagine a large scale of people, so we need some sort of consistency of tools to give people, okay, but at the same time not making that top down, you know, so which is a challenge, I know, but and why do we give them those tools? We give them the tools so that they can orientate themselves, they can be autonomous, and they can then work to their capability. They can their utmost capability.
Yeah.
Okay. But again, it's expressing that in succinct ways is quite difficult.
But don't you think, in terms of contribute their capabilities, is the same as like contributing valuable perspectives? Working. Well, those three words there. Confidence to contribute valuable perspectives. Is that the same as saying maximizing their capability?
It just sounds a rather passive statement. If I say to you, I'm going to contribute my perspective to you, it sounds like that's all I'm going to do. Whereas capability implies building something. Like if I say, here, I'm giving you my perspective, it's a bit like a gift. Where if I say, well, I'm going to contribute my capability, I'm not giving you a gift, I'm building something.
Oh, I like that. I say, yeah. So basically,
I need to look up what Anita Sin's
capability. Contribute, not mine there.
I mean, for those interested, I'll just put in that's Anita Sin's capability approach in the chat, but it's quite a lengthy. That's quite a lengthy. I probably shouldn't have.
Right.
But we can get hung up on the word capability, so it's not really. It's about the difference between giving people the ability to orientate themselves. Okay, that's one thing. With that comes that confidence. Okay, to contribute. How do they contribute? They contribute by, once they're orientated, they have the ability, which can be called capability, to contribute to the ecosystem. So you can call it capability, you can call it the ability to contribute, because I suppose essentially that's what capability is, maybe.
Yeah. So contribute to, if you just took out the to the ecosystem, contribute to.
That's a lot more succinct. Yeah, it's a lot more succinct. Yeah.
To the ecosystem. Yeah, I like that. Yep, I like that one. So people to digest in a large number of places. So in terms of why is solving the problem important, those two paragraphs, is that sufficient? Do we need more? Does it get to the point without laboring the problem statement over? I mean, the discussions, we're reading a lot into it because of the discussions we're having right now. But
yeah, I suppose there's a danger of overthinking it, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I suppose that's what we do.
That's important to me. Orientation and confidence to contribute.
Yeah.
To the ecosystem or into the into.
Crazy guys.
We just spent the last hour talking about into or to. That's just basically what it's about. Don't interrupt.
Because there is a difference between those both.
Felix, don't break what we're doing. There's a big difference between into and to.
Yeah. Okay, can you articulate the gap between the current state and the expected or envisioned state?
Oh yeah, here we will have fun. Oh yeah.
So the gap between the current state articulate the gap between the future. Oh. So what have we got? Well, we've repeated that. So that's already in the prior statement.
Yep.
And so we could probably just dump that, I think.
I think also this here, blockchain Cardano stake, pool staking, voting cattle. I think this we can take off as well, or can make shorter. I don't see so much sense.
Yeah, current state. Can we articulate the gap?
I think this here is the main one, no?
No clear starting point.
Because let's say the gap between where are we now? Where do we want to go? And the difference between the both is this what we need to articulate.
You know what we need? The London tube map. Yeah. So people can orientate themselves. That's a masterclass, and when it came out, masterclass in developing a piece of one artifact that conveyed a huge amount of information throughout, scale and things like that, or the ricketiness of a particular tube line and how long your actual delays and stuff like that would be. But nonetheless, you could navigate and orientate yourself around really rapidly. So it's kind of like, can we articulate the gap? It's kind of like mind the gap on the old London tube station. Yeah.
But it's sort of like that, but all the stops are moving, like they're not staying in one place.
Yeah.
Maybe here we can simply say,
Yeah.
so because at least no.
In current state and the expected envisaged state. Okay, we'll work on the envisioned state. What does the world look like? If we've
Quite
done our
chaotic.
job well, what does the world look like?
Still chaotic.
What's that, sorry, Kevin?
I said to your first point, how does the world look like? Chaotic. And how should the world look like or would like? Still chaotic. Just for some individuals, it makes more sense.
Right.
It's just the state
Looks a lot like.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I was just gonna say it looks a lot like Ideascale right now. I don't know. Like,
Yeah. What is the current problem? Let's say.
Ideascale.
what is the envisioned new Ideascale? Okay, there we go.
Job done.
No, I'm
It's
just kidding.
It's just the current state of Catalyst.
Yes.
And the current state of Catalyst. I was just thinking what Dor said about us being a minor part of Cardano and then going to be a major part of Cardano. So what's the kind of gap? What's the size of the gap? Is the size of the gap just between how we are in Project Catalyst at the moment and how we're going to be in a few months' time? Or is it in a year's time or 5 years' time?
you can look at all the different time ranges because we can only guess some things about what's going to happen at so much time in the future, but like what we can anticipate now, it's better to address the changes that need to be made early. The earlier the better. Yeah, you have to be able to adapt as you see more about what's happening.
What would a modern day Google be for this problem? So Google came about because if people remember the early days of web search, it was full of noise. You'd often get lots of repeated sort of stuff, and there was paid positioning and stuff. And then Google came along and focused on typing in keywords really quickly and giving you relevant results that weren't paid for. You know, it was weighted according to some sort of thing. So what would a modern day Google look like for navigating around Cardano and Catalyst?
One thing that came to mind for me is, you know how with YouTube, there's an insane amount of videos that are being uploaded every minute, basically, and you're never going to see everything, but YouTube gives you suggestions on what to look at next based on your previous interactions. And so if I'm thinking about a system where you have so much happening that it's impossible to know everything that's going on, if you have a way of taking the previous things that you're interested in interacting with and using that to help guide you into the next things that you might want to contribute to, that might be part of the solution.
Right. So here's I don't know if any of you saw it, but there was an article that was popped up yesterday where some guy had been using a chatbot that had GPT-3 plugged into it. So GPT-3 is a machine learning natural language processing system that came out last year. And in it, he basically encoded sort of the mannerisms using this chatbot of his deceased fiance. She died from some liver disease or something, I think. And was sort of showing how that was a sort of cathartic sort of way for him to grieve by interacting with this virtual persona of this person through this chatbot. And so possibly one of the future states sort of things there is, obviously, I want to find something. This is what Google did, sort of basically you ask it a question, and these are my keywords, and it will show everything that's coming up. So a future state would be, I have a question about Catalyst. What's the current state? Where do I go find it? So I have a Felix bot that is able to answer all those questions automatically and see where the best routes are and help me navigate in my language of choice. So this, like personalized information tailored through an interface which I can interact with. That would be kind of like one possible future state, right? Whereby we can navigate all the information across all these diverse sources, from Discord, from the web, from YouTube, and but we've found a way in which to index all that information such that it could be put into an interface like a GPT-3 powered bot, or whatever the next GPT-3 is due out from Google or Facebook, which are coming. But to help us sort of navigate around. So if that was the case, how do you go about producing sufficient information for that to occur? What are the structures that are required to do that without trying to over-engineer or do anything else? Like, for example, metadata standards would play a huge role. Tagging, those sort of things, and to do with property. 2, trust, reputation, reward of contributors.
So a lot of that seems to come back to digital identity again. Because if you're having personalized information, that kind of implies identity as well.
Yeah.
So are we saying that the current state is, a bit uncomfortable? Current state is that there's not enough identity, in the sense that people, well, we may know that Felix has this name, Robert has this name, but I don't know what I don't know the kind of information cloud that goes with you, if you like. And do we want that information cloud to be more transparent and to be more, because maybe personalized information is not the way we want to go. I suppose that's what I'm saying. Is that the way we want to go?
I think there again, we speak again about very specific solutions already right now. I think the problem statement is mostly to say already, okay, what in the creator vision from the setup, let's say just in the garden, what for a crown do we need to set up? That these kinds of flowers, plants have the possibility to grow up. Without speaking about, okay, this is a sunflower, this is a rose, this is a whatnot. Because I think that there will be many things which will be necessary, because for sure, idea is very important, and then decentralized ideas are also very important, and smart contracts is also very important for our envision state. But what needs to be set up right now, where you can say, okay, what is the problem which holds us away from this envisioned state, I think.
Okay.
because we don't have this network, we don't have the structure, we don't have a link between the resources which are already on place. I think in this onboarding introduction, we should not forget that it's about onboarding and introduction. It's not about ID, it's not about smart contracts and everything.
No, yeah.
Just I have to be the gentle asshole and to break your enthusiastic
no. I think we're getting into the, you're right. We're getting into the weeds a bit there. That's as you say, too much.
So desperate to get into the weeds.
yeah, too much detail.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was really proposing this to try and imagine what the future state is so that you can reel it back to fit within the thing here. And one of the things that was coming through, there's a really simple way to take the envisaged state that we want. So let's start with that rather than what's the current state. And then I can, taking that idea of what Stephen's saying was personalization. Basically I can find what I need. I'm going to get better words here, but
simply find what you need, find who you want to work with,
that sort of thing. Find what I need when I need it. That's the ideal. I don't have to have all this friction and ferreting around. I can find it when I need it. That's a lofty goal. We'll never achieve it, but that's the ideal sort of thing. It's actually a big problem generally in the net right now, which is this: how do you surface the signal from the noise? So that's ultimately what we're talking about. I want to find out when I need it. That's surfacing the signal. What is a true signal versus a noisy one?
The only thing I would change there, I would take it from an I to a we.
Yeah.
Because it's not about it's not about me. It's about who we are and how we can work together.
Yeah.
I know there's lots of
need.
Yeah.
On the other side, it makes sense also to define it as a I, because I think it's quite important to respond to a very individual entry point as well, where you don't have established a we yet. Because when we come to an onboarding process and the individual is joining, he don't interpret himself already in a we, so in a group. He is still alone, and the we is already in envision state, I think, so that he can identify himself as a part of this or those or whatnot.
Maybe we need to make a distinction then between an I and a we there. Then that's a good point.
Here's a little
Robert Watt games. They are beautiful.
I find what I need when we need it. In the sense that I'm working together. By the way,
This makes a lot of sense. Hey, this is the new slogan for Ideascale. For the envisioned Ideascale.
This is poetry. I really like that.
It's the new Ideascale.
Yeah, the current Ideascale is hello. What is going on? Okay.
The old Ideascale. I lose what I can't find, but when I can't find it, I won't be able to find it again. That's the Ideascale at the moment. It doesn't make any sense.
Like if you start out with random suggestions on what to look at next, that's sort of what we already have. But if you get to the point where people, like someone interacting with the system, they'll have certain things they're searching for, and then like again, going back to the YouTube algorithm, like it's tracking your interactions, so you get fed things that are similar to what you've been looking at before. But like if it's just random, then it's not. I don't know. I sort of see it like how do you tag maybe different proposals with certain informations, like where just, I don't know, any specific topic that you're looking for, and then using those to be able to search, as well as to maybe help proposers see other people who might want to work on a similar project. So like ways of merging ideas together, ways of merging ways of tagging things together, merging ideas together, so that you get some unity in the way that people are moving forward on things, where you can go off in your own direction if you see something about the way other people are doing something that you want to do differently, but it just gives you the opportunity to interact with the people in the ecosystem that are along the lines of the things that you want to work on.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the strong points about this, the data structure, not necessarily the platform, is the challenge setting as an entry point to the Catalyst platform. I think is a very good one, because you've got that purpose driven approach, or that the purpose is presented to you before solutions are or the projects are, because they've been structured around those challenges. So the voter tool by Lucio, etc., is really good. You go in sort of, you're presented with the challenges up front, and then you dig into and find the projects that are related to that challenge. So your purpose is called on first. And I think if there was oh dear, I'm totally going into solutions, sorry, but yeah, if there's a similar mechanism for engaging the community, structure building, relationship building, that's a very positive one. So we're aligned by purpose, over and above technical ability or that, because otherwise you end up with circles of Haskell developers in a dark room, creating nothing useful if you don't have a philosophical Steve to throw in there, or whereas people can align around a purpose.
The beauty of Haskell is it's a perfectly useless language. Purely useless.
Purely. Let's focus on the
Purely
purely.
useless.
Purely useless.
You mean it's functional?
Yeah,
None of this dirty uselessness. None of that. This is pure.
yeah, none of these side effects things. We don't want to change the world. We want to be in our nice little bubble.
We don't want Haskell. We want
So
lambda calculus.
I think if you haven't
I
gotten
like
to
lambda.
chapter 8 where they start with the hello world. Yeah.
Having to take people deeper into the community in a safe and inclusive way. better word for collective.
This is almost becoming a manifest.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to. That's what I was
World domination, that's what we want.
Mandate world
95 theses.
You're
that
asking
we
for
can-
problem statements. We unleash the community. Yeah, you got a whole manifesto.
We'd like to present our propaganda for.
Go and nail it on every door around. Yeah. Have any of you read the Clue Train Manifesto?
No.
No.
Markets and Conversations. Yeah. Well, actually, I'll throw that in there. The Clue Train Manifesto came out in 1999, which was the call to arms about the way the web was working, moving towards. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to
Derail the train.
yeah, didn't manage to do it. And the basic point in number one was that markets are conversations, tying back to like Austin's work of speech acts and things like that. And since this is something I actually do think is a really important concept to get across broadly. What we've got here in the technology stack is fundamentally brings legibility to the digital environment. So it's a ledger of things that it can act as a registrar, but because it records legible facts in a legible way, we create markets over the top of that. So that's your DeFi's, that's your tokens, that your DeFi, that's your NFTs, right? And by interacting, we're able to converse and do things and move forward. So that's broadly the notion of that markets are actually conversations in a very broad sense of words. And markets themselves are supposed to be about collective intelligence gathering in a highly decentralized environment. So that says a lot to me as a future state. But that's only because I'm pretty familiar with things like the Clue Train Manifesto and other things. It was literally 99 theses.
Got it now.
Yeah, still up. Because people of Earth, that's how it starts. For those that aren't familiar with it.
Snap.
So 95 theses. The first one is markets are conversations, and markets consist of human beings, not demographic sectors. I've used, so in this paragraph here that I've written as a suggestion, ideas, I've used the word mechanisms. There's a danger here that the word mechanism is too mechanical, which is really kind of what they are. They're rules, sets of rules and systems and ways of doing things to help amplify what we do. Right. The whole point is that we're building tools here in the same sense that Steve Jobs often referred to the personal computer as the bicycle for the mind. It was the sort of tools to help amplify, or if you go back to Douglas and Engelbart's work around augmentum, was that computers were actually a tool to amplify the mind because they could codify mechanisms, ways of doing things, tools, those sort of things. We've got a tool that helps us go further. It creates legible facts, which is being, if you look at the role of what governments do at the moment, is that they become the authority over facts, over legible facts. We've got now a digital tool that brings legibility into the digital space. So just as registers, legislation, rules and regulations and stuff like amplified Western societies, we've got a tool here that can amplify our collective intelligence in a digital space. So that's kind of what I'm meaning by mechanisms. Because like any of your DeFi protocols are market mechanisms, because we're dealing with information and we're trying to surface information, the true signal versus the noise, of which there's a lot of noise out there. We have this tool, which is like the Cardano blockchain, that enables us to create market mechanisms as conversations that help surface the signal from the noise. Yeah. So that's me just sort of waxing lyrical about some sort of possible future state.
You might need to take a video segment in with you, Felix, to this meeting. That's a very cool concept to fit into one-word mechanisms, but yeah.
So that's what I'm getting across there. It may be too cold and obviously may go over a lot of the heads. So can you soften it? So that's where I've sort of said, right, mechanisms and information to bring people deeper. I don't like the word deeper. I have a problem with that, but I can't articulate. Bring people into the community.
One risk really of what we are doing, because just what John said, because tomorrow when we ask, yeah, which mechanisms, I will sitting there, yes, you have to ask Robert. I got his Discord handle.
I'll tell you what, Felix, just
sorry, Robert.
Just say, because Charles has referred to this book, and I see that there was a reading group towards it in Catalyst Governance early on, but this one here.
It's blue to them.
Put it where your head is.
Yeah. Markets, networks.
Crowds, markets.
Networks, crowds, and markets.
Yep.
So you could just sort of refer to that. Where's my camera? How do I take the blurry thing off? Here we are. Choose virtual background. Yeah. So that is one example of what you can talk about when you talk about mechanisms. Okay.
So I'm just gonna put a link on this word.
Yeah.
To the book.
And Charles says, I think Charles referred to it at some point. There's about one of the things that kind of gave him inspiration for doing Cardano in the first place was when he read this. So there's a few others I've got stashed over here, but that's one of them. I'll send you a link to it. If you wanted to explain what mechanisms are, it has particular meanings in economics. Market mechanisms it's the opposite of game theory, mechanism design. But the core idea is it codifies rules that help us to amplify what we do, amplify the mind.
But sorry, before I cut you off. you have been on the next one, mechanisms and information to bring people way to be able to create new knowledge and merge that with the collective intelligence of the Cardano.
So I was listening to what Ken was saying there, to create new knowledge and merge that with the collective intelligence of Cardano. Yeah. So that was kind of like me trying to see if I could figure out this idea of what is the envisaged state in the short of few words as possible. But recognizing that it's those terms and stuff like that that I'm using are kind of carrying a lot of semantics.
So is it having mechanisms to, sorry, is it having mechanisms to separate the signal from the noise, not the surface signal from noise? So,
separate the signal from the noise?
Yeah. Rather than,
yeah.
Yeah,
separate. Yeah.
To separate signal from noise. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just change that. Okay.
Interestingly, I don't know if you've seen it, but Vitalik did it at the East Community Conference last week, was discussing the idea of the problem of disinformation and showing examples of his Twitter feed, same sort of thing Charles gets, which is when he tweets, he just gets all this rubbish, and sort of saying, hey, can't we, with these tools that we've got, can't we increase the signal to noise ratio? Like one of the problems with Discord and a lot of stuff is there to actually try and keep up with it. You kind of have to go through all the posts and things, and because of the way the interface works within Discord, it's not really designed to, it becomes, there's also another fatigue aspect is, can I get the context of this conversation in order to contribute to that conversation? What has been said before or done in a way? And so while there's lots of channels, you've also got all the sort of back to and fro to try and get up to speed on a conversation if you haven't checked in for a day or so. So it becomes a real problem. So ideally, I just want to be able to say, well, what's the current state of play? What's a summary of this? Just remind me. Amy Zhang has done quite a bit of work in this area, but that's not helpful. That's a distraction for the moment. So it's trying to solve this sort of stuff out. Ask me later.
I want to talk about information. I'm tempted to talk about information theory, but that's too much of a distraction as well. So
I'm advising on a PhD dissertation at the moment around that. So,
yeah. So we could talk about Dretska and and Claude Shannon, people like that.
Yeah, the different interpretations of information.
Yeah. This one, I don't know.
So is that actually, I like that idea that markets are, as a future state, envision the future state that markets as conversations. This is a point Vitalik was putting up in his talk, was that I want to raise the level of discourse. At the moment, there's so much noise in the process that we can't have decent conversations, right? Because there's so much damn noise around. And
we have a good conversation.
Big pardon?
Right now we have a good conversation. But yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's, to me, is the future state is recognizing that markets are in fact conversations. So can we increase the level of good conversation in Cardano?
And this leads very much to the point already of, because a conversation, how do you state, for example, because when you say conversations as a market is always related to value. This is the only, the reason of call it market. And so to say already, okay, but it's really difficult, for example, when we go out of this conversation and we want to add value to this conversation. So to say, for example, that we want to relate this conversation to an existing or envisioned market. This comes quite
very squarely into, yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah,
what I really like with that the problems, they don't exist in a vacuum. They are related to each other. So I think this would be a really nice bridge point already for.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree, Felix. So, right. So that paragraph there is my musings. You've heard me explain it. Does it capture envisaged state? Well, I know what it means, so it does to me. Does it do it to anyone else?
It's funny when you say markets are conversations, it makes me think of the mechanisms, because let's imagine a conversation as analogous to a financial instrument.
Yes, it is.
So a conversation is a bit like could be represented in like a smart contract, if you like. But
yes, it can.
And a conversation is portable. But also if it's represented in a functional way, it can transform itself as well. It's adaptable, you know. So it can be a template, but also it can be a pattern for something as well. So yeah.
I 100% agreement with you there, Stephen. I could go deeper into that.
No, yeah. I think it's very good as it's just a very nice statement on its own, because it makes you think about, well, also it makes you think about Cardano. Actually, it'd be interesting to relate. I'd like to, well, it's in the context there of the collective intelligence of Cardano, and it makes you think, well, what are we trying to achieve with distributed governance? Are we trying to achieve a market of ideas? Are we trying to achieve a social market of conversations, and are we trying to represent those conversations in some sort of functional manner? So
yeah, cool.
Yeah, I really like it, and it sort of it hits that purpose approach to the future, which I think is important for the community as well as for the tools and the markets that spin off the back of it. But it did take you to expound on it for me to grasp what it was saying.
There's a little hint in there as well of the need for markets to have a social aspect to them. And I think that's what distinguishes Cardano from, say, going to the moon at other cryptocurrencies. You know, is that Cardano is not just about going to the moon; it's about social change. So, and to achieve social
Escaping
change,
the solar system, is it? I was wanting you to say escape the solar system.
To seek new star systems, to boldly go where no one has been
before.
Or the other direction, we go right into the strings. Fuck off, moon.
Yeah. But first, world domination.
Yeah, first.
Let's think first.
Step by step. We have to stay humble after all.
Yeah.
To build the community we need when we need them, so that we can work together effectively. This, I really like the formulation of the sentence, because you can even on the other side, we have difficulties finding what we need when we need it, and then and are limited in our ability to work together. I really like this formulation. Quite dynamic in this use.
kind of based on a logical statement. So that's how I studied logic for 70. I tend to think, it's not always, doesn't always lend itself to things like that, because it can turn into as you said before, turn things into manifestos, because the logical statement is often like a manifesto statement. It's just like an assertion. So you have to be careful about that kind of wording.
Yep. It's just, does this make so much sense here after what we got before already?
It seems to have a bit of a rhythm to it, because you start with the I and then you end up with the we.
Yeah, let's add some poetic aspects on it. Can't we re-scripted everything in rhymes?
Yeah. Just need a little bit of iambic pentameter.
And so, you've kind of got a rhythm here of mechanical versus conversation. Finishing it off.
Now, when you pronounce it, it
So
doesn't really create a nice poetic mechanisms conversation. Maybe we should not hang too much on poetic aspects.
Yeah, poetry by community or by committee doesn't work, I fear. So it's
blockchain poetry. The current state.
Okay. So current state, it's a logical inverse of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're starting there.
So everything what we not have regarding envisioned state.
Well, I think that's an important one.
Yes. Fear of missing out. I learned something.
Maybe it's without the formal instead of putting formal, there's a state fear of missing out, so a little bit more accessible, I guess. Hi. Okay, no.
Time in relation to upcoming information.
No, I think among us, we all understand what it is, but if someone from outside will read this, they wouldn't know. I guess.
So I've heard several times the conversation that trying to go across all the sort of different sources and to keep up to date with everything is exhausting. So Simon was sort of talking the other day about 22 hours of meetings that he's involved with a week. But you can't keep that up. I'm sorry, you can't expect that of someone.
Yeah, that's when specialization comes to play.
Yeah. So I think that one's, we've got a lot of information, but finding it. And by finding it, we're saying relevant. So it's the findability notion is the notion that it's relevant for the context in which you need it then and there. That's what findability implies. And because we've got this a lot of participation in all the different channels and stuff, is somewhat of a proxy of missing out, because we know things are evolving. I'm trying to get an understanding of where things are at, how things are evolving. But to really participate is quite exhausting. And to keep on top of it is exhausting. So those are two problems of the current state. We've got a lot of information, and you can, if you want to spend the time, you can find it all. But not everyone's going to do that. equally, we don't want burnout from those that are contributing, are turning up, attending and things like that. See you, Steve.
See you, Steve.
So, any thoughts? Just trying to build a gap. Maybe we can just finish up with the current statements of saying.
I think it's an organic construction of a system that will eventually provide the tools or the toolbox or the tool sets that each of us will need to maneuver whatever enterprise we are at that specific time. That's the way I see it. I think
one important thing to mention is that the experiment works better than expected, I think.
Oh, yeah.
We have the
100%.
playground, we have the possibility, we have the freedom to experiment on whatever we want. But I think it grew out of his, let's say, very first design, I think. It's evolving too fast. It's evolving too big. And the system is not made for this amount of information, nor people, nor interests, or even possibilities, which are growing up. So at least the current state, I think it's quite positive after all. I wouldn't consider so much as a problem.
Oh, yes. Building too fast, but we humans are not able to keep up with the pace. And that's why we all feel uncomfortable all the time with everything we do with this. It's amazing, huh?
Because when we see already the problems we have, they are a result of the success, at least what is fundamentally built on the very beginning, maybe. So why is it possible that these problems rise up so fast and in such a scope as well? Because something is working really well after all. And I think we don't even yet figured out what really went well or what really works well. It's not the crypto hype. It's not about, NFTs or whatnot. Something is working really well. But what?
It's not price.
Exactly.
Sure.
Compared to DOT or Ethereum or Bitcoin, I mean, what is ADAS? Always something around $1. It's not about this. And I think this has a huge impact of what is going on here. And
thanks.
It feels to me like that's the sort of hive mind effect that as a whole we're growing faster and learning more quickly than it's possible for any individual to keep pace with. And so as individuals within it, we're suffering and struggling. But overall, we're still achieving more together than we do as individuals.
So it's funny because when I'm in the community, I see that I struggle all the time with everything, even with my microphone, with everything. But then when I'm in my community here, in my small community, I can gauge how much I've been growing, and how much I've been learning, and how much I've been experimenting things that people don't even realize that exist. Because now I can have that capability to go further in things, and that's because of this experiment.
I've got to remember to hold my spacebar down in Zoom and not in, not in Google Docs. I like that starting bit, the in the experiment, because that sets the context. You know, we're trying to figure all this stuff at the moment, so I don't, because like what you were saying before, Felix, I don't want to see this as a complaint. You know, when you sort of describe problems, it often comes across as being a complaint. We know there's problems with the current system, but we've actually done pretty well.
So it's quite interesting also in the, before each time when there was something formulated negative, you always transformed it into a positive formulation. Really interesting to observe this as well.
I used the word journey there, replace journey rather than starting point, because everyone's going on their own journey in a sense. Because there's so much to this. This is new terrain. Yeah.
But they are, which are valuable, so strange, because I think all of them are valuable.
By the way, whatever I wrote, feel free to do any changes because I haven't followed the whole path, the whole sequence of the language. So please.
This one?
Yeah. Anything you want to change, just. I really like this one we are doing here. What you guys do is super. The only thing is that you need a level of focus and mindset for this that only you guys have, not me.
I think this is the beauty about stuff like this. It's nobody alone would be able to write it in this way. It's just because everybody adds another part and there is no difference between values. Some for example, Robert is he's extremely strong, I think, in really finding very nice formulations to define it, to go very focused. But everyone else, for example, when you look, the sentences are mostly merged sentences from different perspectives. For me, just this process, what we are doing here, it's on a microscope what Catalyst is about. It's not about one person. It's about a collective coming together, achieving whatnot together. And everybody feels valued. Don't know if does this make so much sense?
Mhm.
And I have to say, for
Listen.
me, it's midnight here, so I really start to get a little tired.
Yeah, and then I do have to leave as well. I have all my family coming in and just asking me when I'm finished. I really enjoy being with you guys. I appreciate this opportunity and I learn a lot. I wish to continue coming.
It's midnight here too.
Good night, guys.
Buenas noches, Ron.
Buenas noches in Florida. Take care, guys.
You.
Felix, when do you have to present this?
Sorry?
When are you presenting this? Tomorrow, is it?
Yes, tomorrow at 17 UTC.
Okay. Do you want me to carry on just working on bits, or should we just try to wrap up problem one and then?
No, it's as much your document as mine or as Ken's or Jonathan's.
Yeah, because it's 10 o'clock in the morning here, so one more coffee and I should be right for the day. I'm going to have 3 because we're starting at 12 tonight with the
yes,
town hall.
Exactly.
So 11:30. So I'm counting on hitting my bed at 1 a.m. in the morning. So there'll be at least 3 or 4 espressos en route to that, but we'll be all right. So I can carry on and doing a bit more if you want to dive out.
I think really feel free to, and this is for everyone, feel free to formulate however you want. This is really, this is, for me, it's really an experiment to say what, because I don't know how many people have written now on the ideation. I think there's something about, don't know, 20 people, something like this, from the very first steps to now. So it's quite interesting, and it's shared ownership. There isn't one owner, there isn't one person who say, hey, what needs to be done? I think everybody knows what needs to be done. So there have to be two problems presented tomorrow. But how they are presented and everything, this, I really don't want to see my role as, yeah, it's my decision to say what is written there and how it's written, and not at all. So
no, it wasn't that. It's just that if I dive in and carry on, obviously I'm going to throw my own thoughts and perspectives on it as I sort of try to read and balance things out. So I'm conscious that that's my expression of my opinion and not everyone else's. And so by working on it while you guys are all sleeping.
So Robert, so far I think you respect extremely already the points which came up. You have an amazing skill to wrap them up and to formulate them and relate them on a very logic, very focused way. So for me, it's simply amazing just to see your writing and explaining your formulations. So, and I think you're doing really amazing job. So, and I don't think that you are one of the person who aims to state your only vision and your own individual point of views. So
no, I try quite hard not to do that. I don't always succeed, but I try very hard.
I think it's quite visible that you don't. So I think you.
Right. So I was just putting in what one was sort of saying with that. I kind of liked his formulation. Any gap must be so. In terms of the envisaged, I figure we'll eventually drop these terms, envisaged state and current state, and just using these as devices to help think about the problem of the writing. So to find what I need when I need it, and be able to work with who I need to work with. Going back to the top there, any gap must be filled by us as humans to focus on what matters most individually. Specialization with a method towards awareness of what is happening around us. That's a sort of homage to Adam Smith in the Pin Factory. Then we drill down to market mechanisms. To build communities, we need to have them so that we can work together effectively. And so possibly pull that up into here. It doesn't. Kind of restated, we've stated that a few times already, and I don't know if that adds any sort of extra information to what we're doing.
I think not. If we're combining the paragraph, the envisioned and current, I do kind of feel like maybe that in the experiment line should be an intro.
Yeah, I was just
kind of setting.
Yeah, I was going to try this. Is that kind of filling that? Yeah. So I was thinking the same thing. I think that's a duplication.
Yeah, I think that can go.
And we've already copied that because I've used that. Yeah, so that can go. Right. So this is articulating the gap. We're coming out strong by saying what we need, to find what I need. So that is kind of formulating the gap from an individual point of view. I just can't find stuff. We're bringing in the we here. Us versus individual. So we versus me. They coexist. We know we need to specialize to understand what's going around in it. Maybe, actually that might work. Because then we're reiterating the we, the I there, and the we here to finish off as the gap. Right? So the gap might be, we can metaphorically sort of describe it as the I, I'm working away on stuff, but there's this we over here, and we want to try and bring the two together. And so we start on that explainer. Any gap must be filled by us as humans to focus on what matters most individually. I like that one from you. Recognize that we've all got different skills. So specialization to help me specialize in what I know best to achieve the broader outcome. We've got many different communities support. Is it support? Not support, are involved. It's more like involved. Because support applies that I'm holding you up, whereas that's not really the case. What we're trying to do here is be part of. So many different communities can flourish in Cardano. It is hard to know where they are and where to start. In the experiment, there's an overwhelming amount of information for new people to digest in a large number of places. Maybe overwhelming amount of information for people to digest in a large number of places. So scattered and that feeds into the idea of keeping up, being exhausted because it's scattered or spread out all everywhere. Having mechanisms to separate the signal from the noise, mechanisms and information to bring people into the community in safe, inclusive way, to be able to create new knowledge and merge that with collective intelligent economic markets, our conversations, to build the communities we need them so that we can work together effectively. Okay. I think without much labor, that's probably as close as we'll get to defining a gap. Any other thoughts? Comes out strong and positive at the end, which is aligned with what everything else that we've said before. Different communities, we want them to grow, which is a reference to what Felix was saying earlier about flowers, laying the bed, putting the seed, the radicals down.
Really a lot of respect, Robert.
Thanks. How do we spell sow, as in sow seeds?
Sorry?
Is sow seeds, is S-O-W?
Sow seeds?
The sow garden, you know.
Ah.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it S?
So
I think that's right.
Might be playing with a bit too many words just there, but so radicals. No. Radical as in like E.
Ah.
Is it radical is a seedling?
I'm afraid of presenting.
It's a radical is a plant embryo.
So you were the one who said it didn't matter what like it wasn't you who wanted to choose what you said.
Yeah, and I keep on this. I'm just honest and I say I'm afraid because okay, from all the text I understand, let's say the half. The other half, there's this robot guy. I don't
Oh, it comes up as a typo.
Typo.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Radical is a plant embryo.
Like a bean sprout.
Yeah.
Mm.
And so by using that term to sow radicals, we're not trying, again, a reference not to create hierarchies of choice or where you start. It represents a degree of autonomy, but emerging behavior, referencing merging behavior. And that ties into with like the IOG sort of notion of small perturbations, or what you were talking about, Ken, with system dynamics. We don't want to presuppose what those things are, but when we build them, we need to reach across. Okay, that's possibly being too fancy, but I like it. I like it. Yeah.
I just hope this is a competition between between Catalyst Circle members, because we're totally winning.
Ow.
Be careful, it's recorded.
Okay. So, you want to go back over problem statement 1 and see whether that all flows?
Mm-hmm.
Read it out, or
how do you feel?
Shall I read it out as we go along?
Yeah.
So problem 1, onboarding and introduction. Okay, what problem do you see? Missing onboarding and introduction process in infrastructure and catalyst ecosystem. There is an missing onboarding and introduction process. Okay, missing onboarding and introduction processes. Process. Is that processes or process?
Missing an onboarding and introduction process.
What did you want, John? Change it.
Yeah.
And onboarding and introduction. And that doesn't make sense. Missing an onboarding and introduction process and infrastructure and catalyst. It's kind of like hanging there.
Yes, and.
Yeah, we got ands and ands.
Missing.
We don't need introduction, do we really? Missing an onboarding process.
What if I did this?
Yep. There are 3 hours in the sentence.
Every time you cut, you take out 3 hours.
Task successful.
What problem do you see? There's an overload of information for Cardano and Catalyst. It is very dispersed and therefore hard for someone just starting out to know where to look and learn how to participate. People feel overwhelmed and lost when first starting out. Much of the available materials are in English. Are in English only. It's probably
most of the materials are available in English only, perhaps.
Yeah. Much of the available materials are English only. Different communities do not have bridges between each other. This adds friction to world domination, slowing down our ability to connect as a cohesive community and gain momentum.
There you added slowing. When you read it, you said slowing down our ability, but written was only slowing our ability.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good, actually. Yeah, slowing down because it's showing that we've already got some acceleration, which we have. And so if we don't solve this problem to scale, we're going to slow down. Yep. Right, cool. Why is solving this problem important to the mission of Project Catalyst? Diverse, engaged, and informed community participation is vital for Catalyst to be successful. We want to build a vibrant, creative community able to sense local needs and act upon them collectively. Sense locally, act globally. The amount of information available about Cardano and Catalyst will only continue to grow as more people join the community. Improving findability creates a reinforcing feedback loop, which in itself becomes a superpower. The process of getting connected will only get more difficult without a way to aggregate and streamline information. We need to give people orientation and confidence to contribute to the ecosystem. That reads well.
It's really well. Yeah? Let's say you read it really well.
No, I'm not attending the meeting. Right, can you articulate the gap between the current state and the expected or envisaged state? Okay, we can just get rid of that bit there.
Let's say already yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Define what I need when I need it, and be able to work with who I need to work with. Any gap must be filled by us as humans to focus on what matters most individually. Specialization with a method towards awareness of what is happening around us. Many different communities can flourish in Cardano. It is hard to know where they are and where to start. In the experiment, there is an overwhelming amount of information for new people to digest, scattered in a large number of places. We're achieving a lot, however, keeping up is exhausting. Having mechanisms to separate the signal from the noise, mechanisms and information to bring people into the community in a safe, inclusive way are important. I should put in there. Is important, are important, are important. Oops. To be able to create new knowledge and merge that with the collective intelligence of Cardano. Markets are conversations. Markets are, after all, conversations. After all, conversations. Markets are, after all, conversations. To build communities, we need to sow radicals so that we can work together effectively. Okay. Yep.
Sounds really nice. And it's true.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
We're not the phrase there, so radicals. It's not trying to say that, because one of the problems that you might say is oh, it's not in there now. That's right. Is this idea that you've got to have one. Yeah, that's cool. You got it. More emojis. Where's the Superman emoji after world domination? Come on, you got to put them in there. You leave that in there. so that we can work together effectively. Yeah, I think that works for me. That works for everyone else.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. Right.
So, statement 2. There we go.
That took us.
And the second one is about reputation. So,
yeah, well, this is true. This is true. Well, we can go on. I'm going to get another coffee and come back and open up my room because it's getting a bit hot in here. It is midwinter, but it's probably about 20 odd degrees in here. Right, so I'll go do that and see what you can come up with on problem statement number 2. Are you going to disappear, Felix, or are you just going to hang around?
Here it's midnight 30 now. So
yeah,
they had a very long day. And tomorrow there will be a very long day as well. I think I have to jump off a little.
Yeah, well, I'll go
I've only got about another 10 minutes.
I'll go grab a coffee and we'll see what we can do with this one. If you want to plug away at it, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Felix, are you hosting or anything like that? Do we need to adopt anything from you?
Yes. Yes, I'm the host. I can't leave the meeting. And therefore we have to move back in the main room so I can pass the host over to some of you, because I can't pass the host
From breakout.
No, I can't pass the host in a breakout room. But
okay.
wait, I just gonna stop because all the other rooms are empty. Last man standing again. I just gonna stop the session and we all move back into the main room.
Okay. Okay, Felix, you should be able to unmute now.
Yes. Sorry, I lost the connection.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely recording, I think, to the cloud. Whose account was the call initiated on? Is it going to Danny's account, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Good question. Normally no. Normally it's the co-host.
Maybe that's just in breakout rooms. Maybe the main room is recorded until the call stops.
You're right. That's possibly true.
Will we ever stop learning Zoom?
So in this case, we can move back in. Let's go back in our cozy breakout room.
They're still there. Oh no, wait. It's saying we're in the breakout room.
Yeah, we're still in the breakout, as far as I know.
No.
Probably the only ones. Yep. Yeah. Everyone else is gone.
Yes, or since a while already. I think since 2 hours we are alone in the session.
We're the stupid ones hanging around. Okay. Weird.
No, we are just the only stupid ones who really take it serious. The whole.
I don't like this, but I'm trying to figure it out. So there's this concept called honest signals, which is basically when you're starting to talk about trust and reputation, those sort of things, is how do you create honest signals? So we go to great lengths in society to try and do that. This is the idea, like the peacock, male peacock, that it's costly for them to have their big tails. So it's sort of sick because of that costliness. It creates a signal of male virality in the peacock world. You see this right throughout biology. And one of the difficulties with the online environment is that because of Siebel attacks, it's very easy now to create dishonest signals. To shell, to pretend to be someone else, those sort of things. And so really what we're after here is, again, it's related to the previous one about elevating signals from noise and creating these so-called honest signals. And so this idea of knowing who to trust, who delivers value, and what expertise other people bring to the table becomes important. Creating honest signals becomes important. So that's just, by repeating that, I'm trying to condense it and relate it to the previous statement. It seems to read okay.
Because
Okay,
I think
right.
the very important point you make is just, I think, from a chronologic point of view, I think the rewarding has a direct logic step after the onboarding, then introduction, then rewarding. Come, be, and stay. A little bit from this point of view. So at least I think it should be as a circle, the 3 points, because even the rewarding is coming back into the onboarding process. Because if there are, for example, incentives like, hey, there's a rewarding system in this ecosystem who keeps track of your engagement, everything, this has a huge impact on the onboarding and the introduction as well. Because even on the introduction, because introduction can be measured, for example, by the metrics in which you set up already your rewarding system. Because when there is a rewarding system, the whole introduction changes, I think. Or not change, but gets a little, it has a direct relation to this. So I think these 2 problem statements, it tries to explain a whole structure which is much bigger than just these 2 problems. And I think this is the biggest problem in these 2 problem statements.
Crowbarred in all the other problems we can find into these 2 problem statements. Just
Yes.
But there must be a golden ratio here. We start at the center and go out, slowly spiral out.
Fibonacci.
The Fibonacci sequence.
5, 8,
We'll be able to do that. So from that's going off your circles. As a circle, be more of a spiral.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The new catalyst shape. Form the catalyst spiral.
Yes. Yeah.
So we define the very first ones.
Yeah.
Then you'll become Helix Felix.
No.
Double helix here.
You're the Helix Felix.
Yeah. So that's a strong statement there as a community. We don't. Someone also. I would argue that we don't have a way at all. So it's not even saying good. It's just we don't. Full stop.
Yeah, it's what is it? We don't have any way to track the same value.
Yeah. I know Stephen and stuff have been looking at source grid and things as one solution. But I'd just say that.
Don't have approved.
In chat rooms, Zoom meetings, and other forums. With time, energy, passion, and enthusiasm.
I never like there are a lot of people. I don't like this formulation. There are a lot. There are many.
Just get rid of it. People participate and contribute. So just that you don't even have to say, you can just say people.
True.
It's the strongest statement. People participate and contribute to the greater Catalyst community in chat rooms and meetings, events and other forums where time, energy, passion and enthusiasm. Isn't enthusiasm and passion the same thing?
Yep.
I think I like the word enthusiasm better than passion. Passion kind of.
We add something like constantly.
I don't think you need it. I think it's strong enough, isn't it? People participate and contribute to the greater Catalyst community. But yeah. In chat room, because then you're following on in chat rooms, meetings, events, and other forums with time, energy, enthusiasm. Oxford comma routinely on display. I wonder. One of the dirty secrets in the open source community. And this is that it actually relies heavily, and this is true not just of open source, but largely of any sort of social good, if it relies heavily on altruism. Heavily. And one of the problems was open source software really was that there was an inability to capture value. With the blockchain sort of space, we've got an ability to capture value. But if that value is always going to go into moon boys, always going to go into the token drops and who can do the pump and dumps and stuff like that, then we've failed. We haven't achieved any success. we don't want to build a ecosystem that relies on altruism. And I think that was a big part of where Charles was coming from with respect to Ethereum versus Cardano. Was that Cardano needed to have a commercial entity, push it forward. It needed to have a commercial basis, so it wasn't done purely on altruistic and benevolent dictatorship. And so, in some respects, trust, participation, and rewards is about recognizing that people are contributing to building this ecosystem out, and they should be fairly compensated. This was brought up with respect to like the catalyst process itself, is that the one process funds that are getting funded have to come in at below market rate, really, for the amount of work. That you've got to ask for anything significantly, you've got to show a revenue model. And it's like, hold on. We've got an ability to build public good infrastructure. Public goods don't have revenue models in and of themselves. And if you always say that we've got to do for-profit private work in order to contribute to Cardano, we've failed as well. So you can't kind of have only profit, private seeking interests and altruism. The whole idea is to try and bring those two together. Recognizing trust, recognizing participation and rewarding that either through reputation or through direct monetary rewards are important. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like the when I read this, that's what popped into my mind. We can't rely on altruism. Oh, I'm getting tongue twisted now. Altruistic behavior. So it's kind of like we can't rely on socializing the effort and privatizing the reward. Right?
Yeah, we don't want to build a sweatshop, do we?
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Don't want to build a sweatshop. I don't think it would be successful if that was the case. But in order to get over those hurdles, you know, so like for I mean, I won't say that here, but basically from experimenting myself in Cardano, these sort of things are in Catalyst. These sort of things are quite prevalent. That I'm an experienced software engineer, decades of experience, but in order to get funded, if I wanted to actually do work on Cardano, and if I've got basically lower the ask, put it into stages with no guarantee that I'll get funded going forward for subsequent asks. Take on that risk. I could take on the cost reputation hit is, for example, if I put in too little with the expectation that I might try and get funded in the second round, but I don't get funded in the second round because it's not necessarily aligned with those that have an economic incentive to ensure that they can get yield by getting token drops and everything that's got token, those sort of things. Then if I stop the work on it, there's going to be a reputational hit. Because Robert didn't carry through with his Catalyst process. And I said, well, actually, I did. Funding ran out. You guys didn't want to fund me anymore. But I'm going to get shit for it. Mm-hmm. It's that sort of thing. So part of the thing is being able to change the way in which we fund projects. Reputation is a particularly good way of doing that. It has other problems, but that's an example. So what was I trying to say there? I was trying to bring in the idea that we don't want to create a sweatshop. So to answer that, we don't. Tracks the right word there. It's not. What's the word here? I'm looking for.
Measured or captured.
Maybe acknowledged, something like that.
Yeah. Not. Reputation systems are notoriously fickle things. Because you've also got intrinsic versus extrinsic reward. Yeah. So a lot of altruistic behavior is intrinsically motivated, and you don't want to undermine that. And any sort of reward systems that have some sort of metrics associated with them do undermine those. And so you have to be really careful about the balancing of what is recognized and how. And like I think I put into Discord a reference to Coordinate, which is really a good little system, but doesn't scale and large. So it's designed for small groups like what we're doing right now. And so you need a way in which to take that circle, embed it in another larger circle, or link to another circle in some way, so that the acknowledgement or the rewards can transition or be transitive across different circles can be used, right? So that's like trying to establish, again, it's kind of like establishing a grammar, a language for what certain things mean.
I think the biggest problem overall is to state a little bit, there's a limit of what you can give, but there's no limit what others will take. Because the ecosystem is functioning a little bit as a vampire. It does a huge amount of engagement and commitment, but it's extremely difficult to get something back else than, let's say, a reputation, or, oh yeah, it's great what you do, it's great, yeah, but well, somehow you have to pay your bills. Somehow you have to look for something sustainable. So I think the biggest problem for me by speaking with people about this is there are many different groups, projects for figuring out different models. But I think the main problem is really this: how can you create a sustainable base on manifest, just expressing your passion, at least?
Can you rephrase that or state that again, that last bit? How you can get manifest?
let's say, difficult to phrase this, to sentence this.
Maybe like how you can pursue what you're passionate about, and
in German it's quite beautiful. We have Beruf. Beruf, it means, okay, this is your job, what you have learned, and you have Berufung, it's your passion. Both, they have the same source. So passion and your job, it's almost the same. And I think
in German, you've got words for really, really precise things.
Yes.
Yeah. It's wonderful.
German has
got a word for everything.
Yes, we have, at least you can say we have an eternal, we have an endless vocabulary, because we can take 2 objects, 3, 4, 5 objects, and we create a new word simply for the relation of these 5 objects, for example. And this word, what you create, it's only for these 5 objects. If you change one of the objects, you change the whole word. So it will be another word. But yeah, but to come back, I think this is what it is a lot about in this ecosystem. It's not so much about work, it's about passion. And it's extremely difficult to reward passion, because then you come to art.
Like say I want to do some open-ended research on something that's not really something you can really boil down into a proposal with where you, I don't know, setting up a strict timeline for how you're going to do everything. If you're just trying to pursue answers to a problem that you don't necessarily know how that's going to work out.
Because one example, for example, I can take very easily, it's myself. I gave up my day job 4 months ago, and I'm not a developer. I don't have a technical background. So the things I am doing, it's mostly what we are doing right now, or in other meetings or stuff like this. But how can I track this? How can I build any sustainable model out of this? Because I'm not doing this as a job. I do this for passion, but it's not sustainable. It's not at all sustainable. In contrary, it even costs me money. And there isn't anything, and even to write a proposal for this is extremely difficult. So the whole ecosystem for a person like this, there isn't any sustainable model for a person like this. And
not at the moment, but I think there is. That's a big reason why I'm interested in this whole space, and have been for a long time, is because now we're in a position where we can actually reward the creation of new knowledge, which are seen as either commons or public goods. So commons are things which are, in economic terms, things which are rivalrous. So in other words, they can be consumed, but you can't control access to it. And public goods are things which are non-rivalrous and you can't control access to. So anyone, open source software is typically non-rivalrous and in a public good, because I can take a copy of it and do it. And we should be able to create, typically they've been really, really difficult to fund. And if the goal here is to bring economic identity and as a financial operating system, then the key question it has to answer, that we have to answer, is how do we fund public good production? I can already fund things in private, with private interest, with venture capital, all that. There's already all those sorts of things out there. I can do that today. I can do club goods, which are cooperatives and stuff, where I can exclude people, non-rivalrous, but I can exclude people from accessing it. So that's like subscriptions and things like that. And Spotify is an example of both private and club good. But notoriously difficult has been the public goods production. and relied heavily on governments. But if you're trying to do things in a distributed environment, then we have to figure out how to do that in the space, how to fund public goods. That to me is a challenge.
Yeah, and we're kind of set up for it. The whole financial operating system has a 20% fee on it that is put into the pot, specifically for growth of the ecosystem. Growth of the ecosystem includes the intangibles that we're putting in now, and that is a social good. The network doesn't grow. We don't have development and progression without these types of efforts. So
because even when you scale it up, because when we go from an individual point of view and to say, oh, okay, how to create a sustainable, let's say, Formulation for an individual, when you scale it up and we bring it to a group. For example, I really love the case of Jimbo Labs. It's a beautiful example for this. A bunch of really good people, they develop really good software, really nice tools, but got funded for 2 funds now. And they are doing really good proposals and everything. So, and a lot of people are involved. So the motivation, well, for sure, it went down a little bit. But why are they not funded? Because there's a huge problem. We are in a plutocratic voting system. The most of the people who vote don't have any clue about the people in the ecosystem. And there aren't any bridges between the people in the ecosystem who build and the people who vote, actually. Where we come back to a democratic problem of vote, when you say, okay, when you vote for a certain party, it also means that you have to be aware why you vote for this party, which means also that you have to be aware of the agenda of this party. You have to know them to vote for them. Because if you just vote randomly for something, then vote itself doesn't make any sense. So, and in this case, when we lose good people, just by this case of a plutocratic voting system, and they leave the ecosystem because there isn't any, let's say, social backup for them, just to say, hey, okay, this way doesn't work, but hey, let's see. Look, the ecosystem is there for you, just to keep the motivation a little bit, to keep the people in the ecosystem. There aren't any protection or backups for situations like this. And this is a threat, I think, on long-term approach, because it makes you lose more people than you win. Because, for example, Ken, you are doing your proposals for 3 funds now, and never you have been voted or funded for.
Yeah,
Maybe
well, I started it. Yeah,
maybe this or that
too.
reason. Exactly, but it doesn't. There isn't anything what keeps you motivating really to say, hey, and again, and again, and again. You have to be very determined to do this. So quite convicted.
Yeah.
But what, for example, with small enterprises who are joining in, really skilled people, they will not wait for 3, 4, 5 funds, or quite professional people will say, yeah, okay, I did it. There have been the CAs, they totally underrated my proposal. Then there has been this plutocratic vote, and they vote for literally, but no, I don't invest for sure not into this project. So I think.
Yeah, well, I've certainly got that in the current proposal that's up at the moment, which I partly did as an experiment. I chose to do certain things in the proposal to see whether or not it would affect, or how it would affect things, versus the one I put up in Fund 2. The one we put up in Fund 2, I wanted to not undersell it, as in like put in a lower price. So, you know, at the time it was the most expensive ask in Fund 2, and that was the main reason why it didn't get selected. We had pretty much the same upvotes as we had the downvotes, and so, you know, we were the top 3 upvotes, top 3 downvotes. And the downvotes were driven by the fact that it was asking for a big chunk of the funds. And as far as the decision of the community was concerned, that was the right decision, right? I knew that was the right decision, but I wanted to say, well, hey, this is actually a realistically priced proposal. That if we got funded, I was committing to do all this work, and this is roughly what it's going to cost to do all of this, given all the risks and everything. So I'm not going to unsell it. And again, we didn't have a revenue model. We didn't have a way to drop governance tokens or whatever, and do a big, token raise, those sort of things, because it just wasn't worked out at the time, because we worked it out in the Catalyst process. So the one I've got up in Fund 5 was like, okay, let's see if I can bring in some of the more technical aspects and see and try to put as much as possible that was readable into just everything inside of Ideascale. And let's see what sort of responses you get back. And so what you've got now is kind of another split brain sort of situation, where you've got basically people saying, this is great, right? And giving you all 5 stars, or this sucks and giving you 1 star, right? So because of the rating and stuff like that, it will not get funded. That's my view. I'm actually quite interested to see what the vote's coming in. And I'm intentionally not promoting it, right? I'm just trying to say, here it is. Here's a proposal. It's actually pretty good. Well, I think it is. It's got a lot of technical capability in it. If you want technical people to come in and work on this, then you need to be able to evaluate a proposal based on its merits and not personalities. And so I'm kind of just trying to do that as an experiment. Now, we'll probably throw it back up to Fund 6, because it actually has a lot to do with this problem that we're discussing right here, which I won't go into, but it does have a huge amount to do with how you reward, how you break up things into different funding pools, how you build reputation and all these honest signals and stuff like that. It has a huge amount to do with that. So I'm interested to see what the votes are, but by participating in it, you get a sense of what's going on. And like you said, the plutocratic system is problematic because there's a clear business model that says, that's aligned with token raising, which says, if you've got a token system, by getting this funded, I can make money. And so I'm going to vote for it. So there's, you'll see that with a number of the ones that are going through in the Scale Up DeFi Challenge at the moment, right? Which are basically, DeFi yield, yeah, got to go to the moon, those sort of things. And what I wanted to do with the DeFi Challenge was put in a different signal and saying, actually, DeFi can be used for social impact. And it can be used for governance. It can be used for reputation. It can be used for artistic behaviors, funding culture and art and science. So the things that you're talking about before, Ken, around doing a research project, those sort of things. It doesn't have to be just about doing over-collateralized loans or doing DEXs. They're kind of important, but there's actually more to it than just those. But the current mindset is to the moon, got to maximize my yield. We've got to try and do DeFi on Cardano because that's where the game's at in Ethereum. It's like, they're already established. It's not like you're going to do, doing the same on it that is on Ethereum is really just a short-term game in my view. And so the plutocratic system that is in the funding at the moment is fine, to get things going, to get people to understand what's going on. But we need better mechanisms to do different things.
Because, for example, the CAs, they have a reward system already. The SPOs, they have a reward system. but those between the both, because the CAs wouldn't exist if there are not people who build the tools, which even the SPOs they need. But especially those people who build, at least through the proposals, they don't have any rewarding system. And for me, it sounds really strange that this side says and this side says, but the role which built the bridge between the both, they don't have a rewarding system.
I got my reward.
Ooh.
Served to me on a.
And I think it's quite sure that we want high quality proposals, and we don't want a charity club. I think it's not what it is about. It's really to empower really high quality people with high quality ambitions and high qualities, let's say, products, but without any help. Yeah, write a proposal. And maybe you get voted, and when you're voted, this doesn't mean forcefully that you get funded as well. There's another problem. Maybe it's over budget, just 1,000. Well, 1,000 too much. Okay, you will not get funded. But the CAs who assessed you, they will get, they are rewarded. So, especially for the tool makers, I think this is an extremely important aspect. To have something like, hey, okay.
Right, because this is actually the tool makers thing, which highlights a point that, you know, I've only got so much time and attention, but I'm a tool maker. I'm not a salesman. I can be a salesman, I can be a marketer, right? But that takes energy. And for the sort of stuff that I do, I need focused work. I need focused time. I need to be able to focus in on the stuff that I'm doing. That takes a lot of time. So I'm notorious for not answering my emails for days on end, for example, because I'm usually working on something quite firmly and I'm in that zone. And the last thing I want to do is jump out of it. That means that, you know, you've got a trade-off. So I'm trying to build public goods that could reward the community overall and scale things up, right? I can work on those unfunded, or I can be a marketer and a salesperson and get a whole lot of money and then get other people to build it. Which is better. I'm not saying one is, we're both needed, somewhat needed, but you know, you've got to recognize that both are needed. Yeah, I think is the thing. I don't know. Do we want to give superpowers to people and ideas? Playing back on my superpower thing from previous.
Yeah, trap some fancy words.
Just looping in. We don't want to create sweatshops. We want to give superpowers to people and ideas. Right.
He got his coffee and there he goes again.
And straight after this, I'll go for my outdoor office walk for a couple of hours, which gets me going as well. Helps me process a lot of stuff. Right. So yeah. So we know what we want to achieve. Yes. We want to build. Trust, participation, and reward. We want to. Do those things, not necessarily in that order, because trust is an emergent property.
Exactly. And
so it doesn't necessarily come first. You want to get participation and reward, and that builds trust. Or reward builds participation and then trust.
I think participation plus trust relates to a rewarded outcome. What you saw, for example, with the Catalyst Alliance, with the, let's say there's a trust net. The community is quite small, and we don't have a community. There are a lot of communities. So the networks are quite easy to observe. And there is already a quite well-established trust net in the communities. So you know who is acting, who is doing what, who adds value to the community, not only for his own purpose, really for, let's say, a common purpose. Say, hey, okay, it's not only about me, it's about the community. So this creates this trust net. This trust net only exists by participation, constant participation, but is not rewarded. Don't know if this, does it make sense like this? Johnny, you know really well about this as well.
I do. Sorry, I was distracted reading something. You're sending me down rabbit holes on social capital and funding curves and just
be aware, Jonathan, I'm very good at sending people down rabbit holes.
I'm supposed to be falling asleep. Come on.
But before you do sleep, I wanted to ask you, where's the rest of the Bambina?
Bambina? Oh, the band?
Is that a V-dub bonnet? Oh, it's a V-dub bonnet on it. Where's the rest of the V-dub?
Yeah. That one, I'm not entirely sure. I think it probably died and rotted. Okay. I've had a few. I just like this piece.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I can. There's lots of rabbit holes I can send people down. All right, let's see. So we know what the problem is. Right, how do we articulate that? Are we doing it here? This thing here, I'm nervous about.
To track.
Yeah. So you've got this real tension between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And if you establish metrics and rewards that are tied to those metrics, like things, then the system, meaning people, will start to optimize for that. They'll go for that metric. They'll start to optimize, they'll start to game it and those sort of things.
Yep.
You want to basically keep a healthy balance between intrinsic and an intrinsic reward. And that's really, really tricky. So, for example, the coordinate system is really quite nice because it solves a number of problems within a small group situation. One is how to value someone's contribution is really, really difficult. And in smaller groups, that becomes social pressure because of, I'm not rewarding Jonathan enough for what he's done, those sort of things. And it can actually fracture the bonds that bring people together if people don't think they've been rewarded appropriately. So what their expectation of what they contributed versus what others say. So in a sense, the coordinate stuff implements a kind of community currency within the small group, which has a demurrage property. So if you don't spend it, you lose it. So it forces you to spend it. But you've only got a certain allocation, which is you get an allocation every month. It doesn't hang over into the next month, or whatever the period is. So it's a kind of airdrop UBI type thing. Hey, all four of us get 100 tokens each. Then it's up to us how we allocate that over the next coming 2 weeks. All right. And then that is acting by me giving stuff around. I'll be careful about how I send them. So that brings in the notion of cost. So when I do send them, I'm sending a signal, but knowing that I have to spend it all by the end of the month, otherwise I just lose them. So I'll tend to give them away. Try to spend them smartly. That then translates into, so that's creating costly, honest signals, because I can only give it to the people I've worked with closely. It's costing me, it's a scarce resource for that month or that 2 week period. I can then, once we've done that, I'm avoiding the accounting problem to say, well, my time's more valuable than your time, right? Which is a real problem in some cases. Then what happens is I get my tokens from Jonathan, from Ken, from Felix, and they've, oh, Robert's really great. And I've given some to Ken, Jonathan, and Felix because I thought they were really great. And by the end of it, we should have some rough approximation of the gifted tokens of who was contributing what in that period. And so then we convert that into a tradable asset. So that's the payment side of things that pays me for my contribution. And so that can be done in a kind of retroactive funding model. So let's say the project that we were working on had got permission from Catalyst to get a fund of basically for the next 3 weeks, you'll get $2,000 US equivalent for the next 3 months. And you'll get that every month, right? And we've decided as a group, and there might be 10, 20 or 30 of us in here, that we'll each give ourselves 1,000 praise tokens every month that we'll allocate out. And so we'll allocate that out to each other. And then what we do is total all those up and convert those into the funding pool of 2,000 US equivalent every month based on what has been gifted. So it's a way of praising. It's without accounting and rewarding. Right? So it's trying to do the participation. It means I don't have to be there. I'm not signing off on the dotted line on time zones that I turn up to every meeting and that sort of thing. I can put in what I need to put in when, but the community itself that's working will adjust the value contributed. And so it's really quite a nice way to do payroll, to do praise that extends to payroll, which does retroactive funding in 3 steps. So it's actually quite a neat little system. You can then layer on top of that a grammar which enables the praise to extend outside of the circle, in the sense that, you know, Robert's a great writer, you know, Felix a great community wrangler, that sort of thing. So the wrangler badge or the writer badge or whatever, you know, rabbit hole badge, you know, that sort of thing. That can then say, well, that's why we're giving these tags, if you like, to Robert, Ken, and Felix and Jonathan. And that means that people from outside the community can start to look at how those badges or those tags are assigned, and they can establish their meaning. And that is a way for reputation, if you like, to extend outside of the circle, based on the way in which the praise system and the reward systems are operating through contribution. So that works really well when you're just purely doing knowledge-based work. It doesn't work so well when you're dealing with costs and, you know, other sort of things. But there's ways to deal with that as well. There's sort of works what's known as open value networks or and open value-based accounting methods for dealing with this. That's just one sort of example of Coordinate, why it tries not to track and assign value. It's doing it, but it's doing it in a invisible way, in the sense that you're not trying to optimize for getting the badge. You're not trying to optimize for value, because that's actually outside my control. I've got to turn up and add value. That's the intrinsic motivation. That's the invisible component to it. If you all like what I'm contributing, then hey, I'll get lots of praise, and therefore that will translate into reward. Right? So that's, you know, how these sort of things really are so difficult to get right, because it's a fine act. If you go one side, you become metric orientated and accountable, and everything becomes externally motivated. If you go the other way, which, you know, we end up in sweatshops and altruistic behavior. So trying to find the middle ground, right, is the name of the game. So having said all of that, I have no idea how to translate that into 2 or 3 words.
It's too complex to break it down into.
So you want to get across the idea of a tracking and assigning value, but without saying a tracking and assigning value.
So maybe, again, like before, not going specifically into reputational system, but much more say, okay, which ground do we need? That ideas like, I think also there shouldn't be one reputation system.
No,
there should be
it
many.
can't be.
Exactly. So what shall we consider as a ground on which reputation systems can grow on? Because right now it's quite difficult.
We do have a general purpose technology. So trust and reputation systems, in terms of their specific supporting infrastructure, is general. Yeah. The specific rules will differ. Like, for example, the rules are, like, if we take coordinate as an example, is how is that deployed? How do we do UBI? Is it 1,000 tokens? Is it 100 tokens? What's the period? Is it every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks? Do we let commenting? Do we enable tags? Another way is to assign what are the tags? What's the grammar? What's the language that is being used to praise people that can be seen from externally from the community? Those sort of things are general, can be supported generally. We've got this wonderful tool called a ledger and smart contracts coming along, which enable us to codify mechanisms to codify those sort of rules. So there is a way to do supporting infrastructure technology, which doesn't preclude customization to local needs.
Another thing, what I think about is, because there are already initiatives working on this reputation system, like SecretX, Jimba Labs, and this Brandon guy.
Vincent.
Yes, Vincent Brandon, exactly.
The Catalyst Alliance.
And so what do the initiatives which exist already could need for support to move on maybe easily and effectively?
Yeah, I could talk to that, but can we put that in the problem statement? I'm conscious of everyone's time, that you guys are all up still here.
You are as well.
Yeah, but it's midday for me. Well, not even that. Almost midday.
Yeah, but later in the afternoon it will be midnight for you, and it will be fine for me now.
I'll just be having some more of these, I'll tell you.
but yeah, you're right. We have to bring it to a point with.
Yeah. So.
This is difficult.
So I think if we remove the tracking and just replace it with rewarding,
yes,
leave the language loose.
Yeah, I like that.
Because what do we really want to address? Is it? It's not about finished applications. It's not about the IDs and smart contracts and everything what we need for a really functional reputation system. I think it's about, hey, shit, there aren't any incentives and motivations for people going on and to stay in the ecosystem if they are not funded. I think it's mostly this.
So that's attrition, isn't it? you do all this effort to get people on board, and they might commit, but then they, like yourself, and all this, is that there's a point at which we say, hey, this is not sustainable for us.
Oh, it's a
And so
challenge.
we
I
leave.
like it.
Yeah. So expertise.
The other question is it desired to become sustainable for people to really build their existence? I mean, was one of the biggest promises of Cardano for ILG and Catalyst and all this stuff. Join and build your existence, build your sustainable existence on top of Cardano. But does this really fits into Catalyst?
Yes, it does, because Catalyst is a treasury. When we're making a large treasury, which creates, if used wisely, helps to create a sustainable ecosystem, if used wisely. And by used wisely, I will actually say Catalyst does not want to spend, it wants to minimize how much it actually spends on the treasury, which is a really odd statement, but there's the whole idea of finance is actually to leverage capital by adjusting it for time, risk factors, time and risk factors. So you're leveraging capital by manipulating cash flows and over time with a certain risk profile. That's what you're doing with finance. Okay. So Catalyst as a whole has this large treasury, but it isn't actually able to leverage this treasury. Its only mechanism at the moment is essentially a grant program. But there's a whole lot of other tools for doing funding that have been around for a long time in finance. There's nothing new under the sun. So that's why I argue, for example, that so that risk-adjusted bonding curve stuff, the bonding curve stuff is a really good example of that, right? That is a type of financial instrument which is conditional and retroactive. So it only pays out on success. And it lets participants in the community take the risk and create the necessary signals, the honest signals, to say this is worthwhile or this is not. And if the project isn't successful, then Catalyst doesn't pay out. But if it is successful, Catalyst pays out maybe a little bit more than what if like a 10% coupon or a 5% coupon. Higher, because the risk has been taken out of the project. Right? So that's a type of instrument that can be used to leverage the Catalyst treasury. I can think of lots of others. There's heaps of others. But that is the aim, right? That should, in my mind, that should be the aim, is not to actually spend the treasury, but to leverage it so that people can have a sustainable existence. Because ultimately, if it's to be successful in its mission, it's got to be sustainable. And it's going to be sustainable either because large corporations and governments fund it, and we're at square one, where we started from, or we figure out how to make it sustainable for a decentralized distributed community anarchy, basically, to survive and to sustain itself. And by anarchy, I don't mean chaos and confusion, I just mean leaderless. In the sense that there isn't any one anointed leader. There's people come and go as leaders as need arise. Oh, I'm getting into the manifesto territory again. Right. Okay, shut up, Robert, and carry on. So was that Felix? It was sustainable existence, yeah.
Livelihoods.
Sustainable livelihood. Build your owl. Turn it into the we. Right, so there's a phrase there. What does it say? If Cardano is to be self-sustaining. Words I'll get to in a moment. Contribution, people participated in the greater Catalyst community. Chat rooms. You guys must be fading quite fast, surely. I won't feel rejected if you take off.
Hence of participation on our part is probably
yeah, I mean, I'm starting to feel a little weary myself, and so I might go have a break. So you guys must be exhausted. Why don't you just take off and I'll work on it and take in all these ideas.
Doesn't feel good to me to leave you alone. I take this job serious and to say, okay.
Yeah, but there's a limit. Come on, there's a limit. I'm not going to be offended. I can work away on that.
Robert, I'm 28 years old. I still have a lot of energy and a lot of stupid energy to waste. So.
I like that. Okay, fine. Yeah, but we could go on. It's just tell me to shut up. That's all. Let's just focus on this stuff. Yeah, on some of my soapboxes at the moment. So, all these sort of things I could go on at length. Flip side is people need to be able to build a sustainable livelihood in the ecosystem if Cardano is to be self-sustaining. For example, I do not know who to trust on the mentorship program. The flip side is people need to be able to build a sustainable livelihood in the ecosystem if Cardano is to be, I'm going to refer back to, rather than self-sustaining, because I've got sustaining, I'm going to use that language again, just to, I don't know, how do you feel? I'm wary of language like that, but I think it makes sense here. Ecosystem, we've got radicals, we've got ecosystem, we've got folk, we're going to be gardeners soon. as a community, we don't have a way to reward. What did you say, Jonathan, earlier? To reward, at least?
Just reward, yeah. So instead of have a way to reward community participation and contribution. Or could equally be recognized.
That idea of giving superpowers is the same idea of leveraging capital, like leveraging the treasury. You know? So in a sense, like the treasury can be used to say, well, yeah, if this is successful, we'll fund you. And everyone else, that acts as an honest signal. Others can participate in it. They get rewarded for participating. You can use the selfish interest type of thing, which is like people can place bets. One of the big challenges within Cardano, the Catalyst stuff at the moment, is that experts don't have a voice. And that's prevalent in the comments of the proposal that I put up.
Sorry, who doesn't have a voice? Say that again.
Experts.
Experts, okay.
Yeah, I'll loosely define what is expert, but basically, you know, this is a well-known problem within plutocratic direct democracy, is that it becomes very difficult for experts to express their opinions and have them received by the community overall. And so you want to create mechanisms that enable experts to express their opinions, which is what the prediction markets do, are very good at, or should be very good at. Problem with them is that they only focus on politics and sports because, well, I'll stop there. As well as constantly working projects which are not being voted or funded, don't have any possible access to us, need to go into there. Would that be, do we need to spell that out if we've got this idea of giving superpowers to people on news, or should I like pull that sort of thing into here? As well as constantly working, is that working on projects which have not been voted or funded? Okay, this I think we can word a little bit better to link the idea of we don't want to create sweatshops, we want to create superpowers. So that needs to be reworked as a sentence.
That's talking, it kind of feels like that's talking about continuity. So
yeah,
removing the stop-start of funding.
Right, continuity.
It's like resourcing, ongoing resourcing of projects.
As well as constantly working on projects. This effort is not acknowledged or rewarded. We don't want to create sweatshops. Working on projects which have working on projects which are underfunded or under-resourced. with signal, but I'll leave it in. So there's this idea within Austrian economics, of which this whole sort of field somewhat is predicated on, is that the economy is an information system. And so if we can bring new information into the economy, we're all more wealthy. Signal information is closely related. And so within Austrian economics, the argument here is that the pricing function is a way to aggregate distributed information and create new information into the market. And so that it creates a adaptive environment. We adjust. And by price, we don't mean just dollar terms. We actually just mean that there's a way to rank or order or sequence signals to create information. So it's called the pricing function in markets. It's called social choice and preference, in revealing preferences in public choice type of situations where discretion is involved. Both bring information in, and often the allocation of resources is because of insufficient information in the ecosystem or in the economy about what is valuable. So by saying working on projects which are underfunded or under-resourced because of inadequate information is different than saying because I don't have access to the funding. Because someone will come in and say, well, you know, if you haven't managed to get funding, that's because you haven't you know, met the market need. You haven't found your product fit. Whereas what I'm saying here is quite different, is that we actually have inadequate mechanisms for signaling what is valuable. So the plutocratic one token, one vote type of situation is a really, really poor way to signal. Just as one person, one vote is a really bad way to signal or create new information. But left on its own, pure price is also really bad. So that's the sort of meeting in there.
And that ties in with your difficulty of experts to have a voice.
Yeah, exactly that. So, yeah, the idea of being unacknowledged or unrewarded is also an information problem. Right? Okay.
Yeah, which is a reputation system in and of itself. Value is recognized, not necessarily in humans or in ideas.
Yeah. Is it superpowers? Actually, bring a point here. Superpowers to humans and ideas. Is that or people? Humans or people?
People, probably better.
People. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Rewarding those efforts, those efforts or efforts would offer only proposer.
So this is kind of in that other paragraph talking about security of resourcing. So you've got ongoing ability to invest time and effort into.
Because that's the continuity thing, eh?
Yeah.
So, right. Actually, let's play on a few words that I was actually going to. Vitalik was also talking about retroactive funding in his talk as being, let's move beyond, since, you know, in the Ethereum camp, yeah, well, you know, Ethereum's got known as DeFi, but really, that's not that interesting, is what he's really saying. We've got to move past that. And he made a really good point that the funding-based processes are terrible at future sensing. Right? Because as Ken brought up, you know, I'm going to do this research project. I don't know whether it's going to succeed or not. I don't exactly know what the plan is going to be because I might be going in slight a bit of tangent as I work on the problem. That's incredibly prevalent when you're doing creative work and when you're exploring new territories. You don't know where you're going.
Research.
And so you've got to stumble around and fall. I mean, that's the very notion of like basic, if you go right down to basic research, that's essentially what you're giving someone permission. You're giving them 10, 30 years or whatever to stumble around and possibly produce something that's good. And you don't know whether it will or not be. And then 30 years later, someone will come along and find it really valuable. Phil Wadler is notorious for saying, you know, if you stick at something long enough, it will become successful. And so we stuck at Haskell for 30 years and now they're kind of getting their moment in the sunlight, you know, with Cardano. What's the wording here? Funding. Oh, there's a whole area of, I'm trying to think of the words here. Retroactive. What's the opposite of retroactive?
Proactive.
Yeah, is it proactive? Is that the word I'm looking for?
Upfront.
Proactive funding of your proposals is only one.
Certainty of outcome.
Yeah. Continuity in funding is what I'm after, isn't it? Some guarantee. So proactive funding via proposals tends to favour certainty over outcome, certainty over outcome. Navigating uncharted territory needs explorers and some continuity funding for proactive engagement in the ecosystem. So that's that. Creating this reward system is complex. We must balance roles as defined by the community and their value. Okay, so what is the problem we see? I was going to go through the comments that seem to disappear a bit. As the community grows larger, it becomes harder for people to establish direct connections. Knowing who to trust, who delivers value, and what expertise other people bring to the table becomes important. Creating honest signals becomes important. So that's restatement. Does that repetition there add value? Does it amplify there? Yeah, believe it for the way. For example, one person stated, "I do not know who to trust for engagement, mentorship, technical expertise." The flip side is people need to be able to build a sustainable livelihood in the ecosystem if Cardano is to flourish. As a community, we don't have any way to reward community participation and contribution. People participate and contribute to the great participate or contribute to the greater Catalyst community. People participate and contribute to the greater Catalyst community in chat rooms, semicolon. In chat rooms, meetings, events, and other forums where time, energy, and enthusiasm are routinely on display. This effort is not acknowledged or rewarded. We don't want to create sweatshops working on projects which are unfunded or under-resourced because of inadequate information. We want to give superpowers to people and ideas. Proactive funding via proposals tends to favour certainty over outcome. Navigating uncharted territory needs explorers and some continuity of funding for productive engagement in the ecosystem. Creating this reward system is complex and must balance intrinsic reward with intrinsic motivation. Defining these components is difficult undertaking, but amplifies and focuses effort. And that's a bit loose, that sentence. It kind of is hanging from the rest of them, so it's not flowing through on the others, but I'll leave it for the moment, unless you can think of something else to add in there. Oh yeah. The key problem.
the creating the reward system may be better placed. Maybe when we're articulating the gap, or why is it so important?
Yeah, I can work that. I'm not going to sweat it too much. I can work that one at the moment, as long as you kind of agree that it's on.
Speaks more to the solution, doesn't it? So maybe a bit later.
Yeah, I might move there's a few sentences in there that I might put down into solving this problem kind of thing.
I think I'm ready to call it a night.
I'm not surprised, Ken. Seriously,
Yeah.
go. And Jonathan, you're fading too. I would really appreciate it if you guys went. Not that I don't love you or anything, but I'm feeling guilty.
I'll see you later.
Yeah,
see you again. Nice to spend the evening with you.
The only thing where I could adapt a little is this part, because there's a lot about, because I try to stay as neutral as possible, and yet for me it seems to really this is a lot about, for example, what really fits into what Swarm is doing, and it shouldn't be like this.
So as in, like, it shouldn't be that the efforts that are going into Swarm shouldn't go unrewarded.
No, for me it's just this part, and as a community we don't have any way to reward community participation and contribution. People participate and contribute to greater critical in chat rooms, meetings, event, and for example meetings, events, and all this stuff. This is quite Swarm related, especially when I present this, and this for me feels wrong.
You didn't write it, so. Do you mean you feel uncomfortable because it's too close to home, and
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
again, you're
in this regard, I should take as much distance as possible to my personal projects.
But that's fine. You can still do that. You are the mouthpiece, aren't you? So this hasn't come from you exclusively.
No, it's, I've seen it all over the place, and it's replete in open source, not just in. And I think even literally, you can point to Vitalik's. You know, if you want to go across the theorem, he's literally saying the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. You know, we can't expect to. The comments that guys are talking about. Look, the elephant in the room is altruism. All of this is depending, and this has been true for open source from, you know, free software and open source for a long time. It relies on individuals with the skills and knowledge to come along and volunteer because they're trying to build something of more significant value.
Okay.
And yeah. So it's not.
You can put your disclaimer in there if you want, Felix. Say I didn't write this, but
yeah. This is like I'm not. For
example,
I'm comfortable with this. Yeah,
Quasar has said that repeatedly.
I've heard it in the last month or so in various different things, and I feel that as well. I've got a trade-off between time, effort, and energy with all what I do, and I get told a lot to say no. I'm a partner. You've got to learn to say no to things, Robert. Yeah, I'm not very good at that.
Yeah,
I just find it all interesting and stuff like that, but there's only so much energy in all of us, and that I think needs to be recognized. I'm not, you know, I'd be really disappointed if everything I worked on was only ever going to be used for degens and apes. in terms of the DeFi camp, and you didn't move beyond greed, I'd be really, really, really disappointed.
This community wouldn't work on Doge, would it? So
No, agree.
Move that into a new paragraph. Become purchase. I think some of this is kind of like the solution, but let's just actually, I think if maybe why solving this problem is important, can you articulate? Maybe it's. I'm going to move this. Oops.
2 weeks of work again. Oh God.
Trying to.
It's okay. We're not working on word star. This is
Control set.
So what's the problem you see? As the community grows larger, it becomes harder for people to establish direct connections. Knowing who to trust, who to deliver value, and the expertise other people bring to the table becomes important. Creating honest signals become important. For example, I might actually pull that up here. And pull that down here somewhere.
A good example is also just what we are doing here right now. Because again, it's totally voluntarily. And this, for me, it doesn't make sense. Because now there are some people.
So as the community grows larger, it becomes harder for people to establish direct connection. Knowing who to trust, who to deliver value, and the expertise other people bring to the table become important. So this is the key problem. The key problem is building ladder to building the next layer of trust. So I'll get rid of that. We'll just say the key problem is related to building the next layer of trust. For example, one person said, I do not know who to trust for engagement, mentorship, technical expertise. The flip side is people need to be able to build a sustainable livelihood in the ecosystem if Cardano is to flourish. As a community, we don't have any way to reward community participation, contribution. People participate and contribute to the greater Catalyst community in chat rooms, meetings, events, and other forums where time, energy, and enthusiasm are routinely on display. This effort is not acknowledged or rewarded. We don't want to create sweatshops. Creating honest, trustworthy signals becomes important for the growth of our ecosystem. So, yeah, I think that's tight.
Yes, totally agree.
Right, and so now we can get on why is this important to the mission.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, moving it down, move it down. All right, as community career grows, oh dear, this is hard. Why solving this problem is important for the mission of the Catalyst project. There's the opening sentence, that line there. A certain level, so level of volunteerism. Volunteerism or altruism? Which one?
Altruism has more beauty in it. Volunteerism.
It's more giving back, not necessarily just volunteering time. Egalitarianism versus slavery. Is it too strong?
I'm sure you found the coffee, this guy again.
How's egalitarian? Let's try it out. Oh, my brain's fading on spilling now. How do you spell egalitarianism? Egalitarianism. Isms. Yeah. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to avoid having it coloured with the Communist Manifesto in this.
I agree, comrade. We must hide this.
Punk's not dead. Mark's not dead.
Our time will come.
Right, that fits. So that's your punch. That's your egalitarianism versus slavery. That's a reinforcing punch. What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to bring economic identity to everyone? Well, then we've got to focus on egalitarianism. Or are we just trying to make amplify capital, in which case, it's cheaper to have slaves. In fact, wage slaves, to be honest. So that's the idea there. Having a mechanism for the community to state what is valued, track contributions, and reward those who participate and provide value will be key in growing the community and keeping people engaged over the long term. That's pretty important. As a community grows, knowing who to trust and who has expertise in specific areas will allow people to safely delegate decision-making to respected experts. Right, respected experts. Are we going for meritocratic? A true meritocracy? We're aiming for a meritocracy, aren't we?
I think much more meritocratic orientated, yes.
Yeah.
What is the middle ground between plutocratic and meritocratic?
Sociocratic.
Anarchism.
There we go.
A democratic anarchism.
But I think, yeah, in this case, it's definitely meritocratic.
Yes. Superstars. We want to avoid superstars. Community guys knowing who to trust and who has expertise in specific areas will allow people to safely delegate decisions. I have a real problem with this idea of delegating decisions. Here's another one of my missives, that we shouldn't be voting on things, not at least explicitly. Okay. We should be able to express our preferences through other devices. We've got a tool to enable us to do that. Whether that's speculating, whether that's investing, or whether that's doing other forms of costly signals in terms of betting, are all forms of providing signals. Direct or even liquid democracy, even though if you've got direct, representational, and liquid democracies, are still costly because you get into fatigue and other sort of apathy. My vote's not going to count to anything, so why bother? Why do I invest time? Those sort of things. So we've got to do something which is incentive compatible, rather than necessarily delegate. So I have a real problem with the idea of delegating decision making, because that's leading towards representational democracy, which is basically feeling it's it's the best of the worst that we've got at the moment, but I think we can do better with the tools that we've got. Stepping down from the soapbox. So you're worried that Felix around the words that again. Allow people to safely reveal, express their preferences. So the language in economics is preferences, right? And revealing preferences through either public choice, voting, or through market mechanisms, price. Okay, that's a terminology, but most people don't know what that really means. People to safely express their preferences. Like when you go in to buy something in the supermarket, off the shelf, you're expressing your preferences by purchasing it.
To safely state their desired decision.
Say that again, sorry.
To safely state their desired decision, something like this.
Desired preferences.
Because it's about a safe environment, and it's about, okay, I want to make a decision in a safe environment. Specific as which allow people to safely delegate decision making to respectful experts. Because respectful experts, this would be a new role. We don't have this role yet. So I think this.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example of how this works. So this is the expert problem, right? Which I said within what we've got in the current funding thing. So at the moment within the Scale Up DeFi Challenge, it's a small pool. There's one individual that is well known, one project that's well known, and largely is going to get voted yet again. That's fine. That's okay. That's their choice. But there's no way to signal beyond feeling that this project, one project versus another, has more merit than the other. So experts can't come in and say, hey, I think this is really valuable, because an expert's voice is equal to everyone else's non-expert's voice at the moment, okay? I can't show, or I can't reveal my expertise to the community. So this is where futurarchy comes into it. This is the work of Robin Hanson. This is the notion of using market mechanisms to reveal preferences through, in particular, one of the key things here is prediction markets. So prediction markets go by different names. They're a binary option, but largely they're a betting market. And the assumption here, or the hypothesis here, is that experts are more likely to know whether a project is going to be successful or not. And therefore, you need to capture their knowledge and expertise into the market. And in this case here, we've got the market for funding. So you've got to give them an incentive to express their opinions, but also make sure that those opinions have a cost associated with them. So they're just not, you know, a like button. Oh, I think this is great. You know, or I think this is crap, which is basically what we've got at the moment. So prediction markets are a way of doing that, because now I can take a bet on my expertise to say that this is a good proposal or this is a bad proposal. Okay. And that creates a signal into the market which helps reduce the amount of information in the system that I have to process, reduces the information I have to process in order to create a more knowledge. What things do I pay attention to? What don't I? And I'm incentivized to do that because I could get an upside in the payout. Right? So for example, instead of, this is a badly worked example, worked out, but just to illustrate, instead of CAs getting rewarded for doing the reviews, right? Why not take that 10, 20, whatever thousand is and throw them into prediction markets, right? So I can bet my ADA on the outcome of the proposals, that they'll get voted or not, or whether they're good or not. And I'll put skin in the game, right, to say, I think this is good. And because I'm putting skin in the game, I stand to lose, right? That signal is more honest. It reveals truer intent, right? Whereas people that don't really know, they'll step back. And I go, oh, I don't really know about this one, but I do know about this particular project. I do know about stuff in Nigeria. I do know that this would be really useful, and I think this is really valuable. So I'm going to bet that this will be successful or is valuable in some way, right? So that's the idea of trying to reveal preferences, and it can go beyond that. It can, not just for funding purposes, it can go into monitoring and auditing and a whole lot of different areas. But that's the intent of trying to capture expert opinion, right? Creating an honest signal by an expert. They're incentivized, incentive compatible, to actually express their opinion, because they could actually earn more by doing so. So that's the sort of the rough idea of what you can do. And that avoids any sort of notion of hierarchy. So instead of legitimacy being afforded by your position in the hierarchy, legitimacy is now assigned to a price signal that you're willing to lose money on, or value on, or reputation, whatever it is that you're willing to lose money on. Yeah. So that's more broadly known as Robin Hanson around futurarchy, is looking at a lot of that. Right. So where did that come from? What was I talking
This
about?
one.
That? Oh, that's right. Delegated decision making. So
This one you didn't like at all.
yeah, to
But
allow
this
people
one, yes.
to safely delegate decision making. So safely express. And one of the things here, like that idea of experts, is actually a tool for creating reputation, because if I start betting successfully all the time, then people are going to follow more what I do. And you can put in a form of delegated staking. So my voting power goes up, in effect. My signaling power goes up based on merit, that sort of thing.
Track record.
Yeah, my track record on how well I bet, on the success of projects, that sort of thing. And so other people can start delegating their voting power to me, their signaling power to me, based on my merit.
Very cool.
So I might leave that preferences to respected experts. So it's not, maybe. I'm going to leave that. Is that loose enough from what I've just described? As a community grows, knowing who to trust and who has expertise in a specific area will allow people to safely express their preferences and delegate to respected experts.
Does that also delegate? I suppose it also delegate. Yeah. That's one thing. You can have someone who says they're an expert, but you don't know. But if you've got a reputation system backing that up, it's like, okay, cool. I don't know this, but I can delegate my vote to a respected expert.
Yeah. Knowing who is expert in different specialties will allow people to collaborate effectively. I'm going to say not expert here.
Mm-hmm.
So trust is this term, which is, it's from the point of view, perspective like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So trust is an opinion that I have based on the honest signals that I'm receiving. The signals that I'm receiving, the more honest the signals are, the more I can trust them. And that enables me to establish a firm belief in the reliability of my actions into the future. So I can trust, based on these signals, I can develop a firm belief that my subsequent actions will have value or will result in the expected results that I have formed in my belief. So it's a time-weighted opinion about future expectations. So knowing, yes, sorry.
So that should that be knowing who to trust in different scenarios rather than specialties? Now we've removed expert.
Yeah, that's good. I want to avoid the word experts as much as possible because that implies a sort of hierarchy. That's when most people's minds will immediately go, oh yeah, who's
yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like the CA, the proposal mentor, they are experts.
And they create false signals because you can easily game the system.
But I think this is a human error mostly to say that roles that For example, this was quite funny on Discord, just that you have roles, and just by design, you have to order them on a vertical way. There was never the intention to create a vertical hierarchy. But already by thinking about roles, everybody is thinking about, okay, a role, establish somebody on the top of somebody else. I have a role, he don't have a role, I'm on top of him. No. I think it's more something like, whether the biggest problem of communism is the people are not ready for it. That's it. And here it's exactly the same, I think. So it's a whole educational process about, hey, okay, a role is only a role, but it's still a human, and it doesn't mean that this role has more value than any other person which don't have a role, maybe. So because I think this is, when we speak about roles, this is the problem, that we directly think about vertical hierarchy.
Yeah.
I think
Don't you hate
structures.
that when it happens? You get,
Yes,
get the word
yes, that's
stuck.
the word.
I know the word, I just can't say it.
Hierarchical structures. Yes.
Yeah. So these things here, I kind of think we've got all of that.
Yes.
So I think we can just see it. Right. Why is solving this problem important in Mission of Catalyst? I think we're I'm going to move that into the I got my 12 o'clock call. Creating honest, why is this important? So here we don't want to create sweatshops, right? That's a kind of like finishing punch kind of problem statement, or problem we see. And then we're going on to something positive here, important for the growth of our ecosystem. And we're finishing, I'll put that down in its own paragraph. Creating honest, trustworthy, a certain level of altruism. So that's following on from how we finished off here, sweatshops. And so, slavery. Having a mechanism for the community to state what is valued, track contributions, reward those mechanisms that provide value to key growth in the community. Right. I think that's good.
Agree.
Yeah, I think that's covering it in short, punchy lines. So now the gap.
Wait. This is. There are currently many proposals and pseudo-systems in operation. However, their utility has not been proven, nor their behavior well characterized. We need to understand what data is required for each of these systems, as well as its access and interpretation for modeling and implementation discussion to move forward.
I don't like that last sentence. I think that's limiting. Let's see what we can do. There are currently many proposals and pseudo systems in operate. What is pseudo systems? Okay.
Yes, I'm asking also.
We'll go in here. Pseudo reward systems.
But which pseudo reward systems do we have actually?
Yeah, we kind of said that there aren't any before, so.
Well, let's talk about CAs and stateful operators.
VCAs. Proposal mentor.
So their systems, so I get it, pseudo systems. So pseudo systems, because we've got to follow on here, the utility has not been, that will fit really nicely actually, now that I think about it, boom. Because we've got these current systems, we're saying we don't know whether they're working or not. And then we're saying, well, actually, there's a flip side to this, which is working on projects which are underfunded or under-resourced because of inadequate information is not sustainable. I could bridge proactive funding via proposals tends to favour certainty over outcome. Yet navigating let's bridge that.
Superpower.
The gap between current state and expected vision. There are currently many proposals and an operation to assess proposals. Rather than I think pseudo is too strong, it's negative.
Yes.
There are currently many emergent systems in operation to assess proposals. However, the utility has not been proven nor their behaviour well characterised. Working on projects which are unfunded or under-resourced because of inadequate information is not sustainable either. So that is a follow-on. Put that up there. And then that can open up the new paragraph because we've got the gaps of analysis. So let's do that. Because it's not sustainable either. Ultimately, we want to give superpowers to people and ideas. Proactive funding via proposals tends to favour certainty over outcome. Yet navigating uncharted territory needs explorers and some continuity of funding for productive engagement in the ecosystem. We need to understand that data is required. Let's just get it say. Are required for each of these systems, as well as access interpretation for modelling and implementing discussions to move forward. Creating reward systems. I don't think this fits in here, but let's go with it. It's not one.
Reputative rewarding systems.
Keeping on the plural there, creating reputational reward systems are complex and must balance intrinsic reward and extrinsic reward within. Defining these components is difficult, but amplifies and focuses the other. So maybe data and honest signals are required for each of these systems, as well as its access and interpretation for modeling and implementation to move forward. That doesn't necessarily answer the gap thing. That's a sort of like what create. And the key point here is there's no perfect solution. There never will be. We kind of want to get across that this is really important, but we need to, really kind of do what Cardano itself. What attracted me to Cardano in the first place is the rigor with which they applied software engineering principles, computer science and software engineering principles. It helps that I was from a functional programming background, so I knew many of the individuals involved in the project at various different stages, which was another reason. But just as the treasury system has been modeled and slowly tweaked and stuff and tested, we need to kind of do this with the experiments that we're going. So this is really making kind of a call to arms, like with what Vincent is proposing with his being finite element modeling for governance processes, which is what he's talking about. And I've got a bunch of material that I want to flip to him. But it's that sort of thing to start with. And also doing the more pragmatic, let's try and implement something and collect data. But is that an expected envisioned state? Oh, I know. I think I just answered my question. Boom. There we are.
Eva? Eva, it's a French saying.
Is it?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Eva? Eva means so.
Right. I just think just moving that around in terms of order. Ultimately, we want to give superpowers to people and ideas, so that bridges to creating reputational reward systems are complex, but must balance intrinsic reward with intrinsic motivation. Defining these components is difficult to undertake, undertaking, but amplifies and focuses effort. Data and the construction of honest signals are required, ideally modeled and evolved based on empirical evidence to move forward. Proactive funding via proposals tends to favour certainty over outcome, yet navigating uncharted territory needs explorers and some continuity funding for productive engagement in the ecosystem. And then I just got to sort of finish it off. Treasure, take the R of T in there. Treasure. Oh, I know.
Do you think to? Or do you want to keep it in the same?
No, I can go right there. I don't know. Is that, can I tighten it up? Can I make it the future state gives Cardano the Cardano ecosystem a veritable treasure chest of primitives for building and navigating our space together. Together, that's the word. Too vague. There are currently many emergent systems in operation to assess proposals. However, their utility has not been proven, nor their behaviour well characterised. Working on projects which are underfunded and unresourced because of inadequate information is not sustainable either. Ultimately, so I'll make that there. Ultimately, we want to give superpowers to people and ideas. Creating reputation and reward systems are complex and must balance intrinsic reward with extrinsic reward with intrinsic motivation. Defining these components is difficult undertaking, but amplifies and focused effort. Data and construction of honest signals are required, ideally modelled and evolved based on empirical evidence to move forward. Proactive funding via proposals tend to favour certainty over outcome. Yet navigating uncharted territories needs explorers and some continuity of funding for productive engagement in the ecosystem. The future state gives the Cardano ecosystem a veritable treasure chest of primitives for building and navigating our space together. So it's, I'm reading that as like the second to last sentence, paragraph is sort of saying, well, we've got proactive funding, but we also need something that helps us navigate uncharted territory. And so that's building up that there's a whole lot of different tools. We've got the notion of balancing intrinsic reward with it. So extrinsic reward with intrinsic motivation. We've got the idea that it's difficult. I wonder, intrinsic reward with intrinsic motivation. Can I put in there that is incentive compatible? Or is that too fancy? No, leave it out. It's being too wonkish, I think. Yeah. Right. Is that sufficient? Do we call it an evening?
I'm
Really?
Honestly, I'm simply amazed by the whole process. When it started 2 weeks ago, remember the very first sticky notes on the Miro board coming to the first documents and everything. I just mapped it down that maybe will be interesting for you to see as well, Robert. Just to see a little bit, wait, give me a second. And just to have this yet, and that everything without a master architect, without a clear guideline. This is, I really just, I love this community. It's amazing.
Yeah. I'm really proud I added an emoji. That's, yeah.
Have we got more emojis? Can we add? Please go through and add more emojis in. Wherever I've mentioned flourish, we need a flower emoji, please. And wherever it mentions superpower, we need a Superman or Superwoman or whatever, Wonder Woman. Yeah, something like that. Come on. Yeah, it has to be in there.
Have we got world domination in there still?
Yeah, right, that's got to stay in there. I'll be disappointed if it goes out. Got to have a bit of fun in this as well.
That's a much better chance of being read with a bit of fun in it, isn't it?
Anyway, you guys, rock stars. So, you know, if you're happy with that, go. I think it reads okay. I think it gets the point across from.
Let me just share something, because we've been talking about it all night. This is something that's been sketched out for a couple of months now. I've been sort of pulling all the various sort of factors that could contribute into a reputation system in and around the
This has
community.
been done in the
This was
Catalyst.
the Catalyst Alliance, yeah.
Okay.
Which is a Discord group that we'd love to have you in if you're interested.
Yeah, flick me the note and I'll add it in.
There's a beautiful story behind because it started all already 2 months ago. Where I contacted all the the funders, or let's say leaders from some big groups, so Jimba Labs, WADA, Spokras, some of the side engaged CAs, the Israeli community, Vietnamese community, Swan. And it started with 12 people, just to say, hey, let's come all together and let's just speak with each other. So to break this silos of the small communities, everybody working on himself and all. And then since 2 months, every Saturday we come together. But in the beginning, we really with some goals to say, hey, what happens, for example, it was especially also about the sustainability, and to say, okay, WADA, Jimba Labs, all these groups, when they make proposals, by design, they're in competition with each other. So maybe Jimba Labs get voted, but WADA gets not voted, or WADA gets voted, but Jimba Labs gets not voted, or something like this. So what happens if we make all a proposal all together? So all the big groups, one proposal together. And we said, wow, okay, this would be really dangerous, because then we set up like a monopoly and we create something like a dominative body, and we don't want it.
No, and this was, so I did quite a bit of work 2015-16 around something called the Data Commons, which was basically part of what we were doing around social investment. And one of the things in one of the workshops that we had there, we had a whole lot of NGOs that were trying to do, basically recipients of social policy spending within New Zealand to try and solve the inequality and poverty, mental health, all sorts of different problems. And the one thing they all came about is that the competitive funding model that was required to get government funding to do social policy work, because it was competitive, meant that none of us could work collaboratively together to solve the problem. Right? Because we were incentivized to compete against each other rather than incentivized to collaborate. Right? Yeah. And it was this, and they knew that this was the case. They knew that they were repeating lots of things. They knew that they didn't have a 360 view of the, like particularly if you're dealing with mental health or drug dependency and those sort of things. They knew the problem, but they couldn't own the whole 360 view of it. And the whole competitive funding model was always piecemeal. So it was actually an incredibly efficient way to do social policy spending. But it was set up because of the lack of information available to everyone, because again, the agencies themselves that were doing this had to do what's called cost justification, right? So they have to justify everything. And what you find is this really weird situation whereby the bulk of social policy spending doesn't go to solve the social policy problems that the policy set up. It actually goes into feeding the system. And it's just ridiculous when you start looking into it. But this is a result of basically trying to introduce a cost-based justification for everything to be accountable to public spending without pricing mechanisms. And so you're always sort of pseudo-fitting different sort of systems in place, and none of them work particularly well. So, that's another little. So, but the point being is I saw the same, I could see the same sort of thing developing in the way that the structure of Catalyst is organized just at the moment. It disincentivizes collaboration in terms of your proposals. Because it's going for that idea of, you've got to have a business model, everything.
Revenues.
Revenue, that sort of thing, which doesn't necessarily make sense across the board. anyway, you guys need to go.
No, Robert, really, you're amazing, and it's an honor to meet you as well. Really,
Yeah.
you have a sharp head, and the most important, the heart on the right spot, I think. So,
yeah, I absolutely. It's but this problem of altruism, you know, not being able to say no to things that I care about and stuff is the bane of my existence, because yeah, I want to help, but it becomes really hard, because especially if you're at the edges of things, trying to push new boundaries and stuff, it's hard to value what your contribution is. So invariably people don't, and or it doesn't get rewarded. So I'd love to change that. I know I have quite a lot of ideas, obviously, how to approach that. Anyway, is that enough? Is that good enough? I've signed up to the TCA, joined up.
Excellent.
I'll look at it later. And is that all that we need to do now, Felix, in terms of what you need for tomorrow or whenever it is?
I think this is far more than we had to do. So, yes.
One more thing. You might need to tell me what coffee you drink, because it's obviously working.
I have a particular locally roasted, not actually it's roasted down in Wellington, beans, and I've got my machine out there, and a trained barista, and myself and my son. So, plenty of coffee. Yeah, it perks me up. So I'll be having a few more to keep me going through till about 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm crashing.
Okay. All the best for that. I think I'll crash now.
Yeah. Lovely to meet you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
And you go sleep, Felix. And
Yes.
Are you joining in tonight, later on today, in the Eastern Town Hall, or are you just hanging around?
No. For sure, I'll be there. We have to set up the host. We still have to discuss the last points for our agenda, also to integrate Zap into the whole stuff.
Right.
Now it's 3 a.m. in the morning, so I have.
You need to beat the birds quick. Go to sleep.
Love you guys. Thanks so much. You're great. It's been a pleasure.
Yes. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
See you later.
Bye night.